3, 2, 1. Raptors win. Raptors win. Whoa. Raptors win. And can we talk about Scottie's rebound? Shit was crazy. Yeah, it was. It was absolutely insane. The Raptors got a very well-rounded effort in a much-needed victory before a very difficult road trip after a very embarrassing loss, after what was a very terrible month, after what was a very confusing year. The Toronto Raptors win, and they start this era out right. It wasn't perfect, but man, for about 15 minutes into this game, I tell you, the Raptors were on pace to score 180 points. Wow. Some tough breaks, certainly. We'll talk about that. But a lot of good things happen in this game. Let's start with primarily the first good thing that happened in this game. Pascal Siakam hit threes. He was incredible tonight. Offensively, he was very good. Defensively, in the second half, I really liked his compete level. I think you don't win this game without Pascal Siakam. Just straight up, like you don't. He was great. He was absolutely awesome. New teams gelling together, implementing two new starters, both guys who had the ball a lot tonight in creation and isolation. It's tough. It's tough. And you're facing a team that maybe you look at that team and you say, hey, Darius Garland's not playing, Evan Mobley's not playing. That's a bad team. Newsflash, that team without those two guys has been playing really well. And frankly, if you had told me that the Raptors would lose this game, I wouldn't be panicking right now. But man, I wanted this one so badly. The Raptors finish a month in which they were bad. Simply put, they were bad. Their defense was bad. Their defense wasn't much better today. I'll be very frank on that. But it was more competitive. You could see that guys were really pushing for each other. They were trying to do the right things. You don't have the personnel to play great defense right now. I'm sorry to say. You just don't. Lineups, I was not satisfied with the lineups tonight. I think there was a little bit of shooting luck stuff. I think if Immanuel Quickley takes every single shot he took tonight again, he's probably making more than what he made tonight. He started out beautifully, and I was like, oh my gosh, are we going to get a 40 piece from Immanuel Quickley? He cooled off real quick. Unfortunately, picks up some fouls, foul trouble, a lot of ticky-tack stuff. The Raptors matched the Cleveland Cavaliers 48% from the field. They outshoot the Cleveland Cavaliers from three. Let's take a quick look at the stats. Call-in link is in the description below. Please do call in. I'll consider it game one of version 2. Yes, look, this could get real bad real fast. Okay, I'm just going to be very blunt and very straightforward with you. In the interim, on a road trip, this is not going to be an easy ride for the Raptors. But you're going to find out a lot if you're Masai Ujiri and Bobby Webster about the team that you have. I think you found out a lot tonight. About the players that you just brought in, about the players that you have on this roster, how it might all come together. There was a lot of one-on-one stuff tonight, to be honest. There was a lot of one-on-one stuff. It went very, very Dennis, third quarter, just a lot of Dennis, a ton of Dennis, man. Third quarter going into the fourth quarter, I was like, this guy is just going to straight up drive us out of the game. You just weren't. It was all stagnant. It was slow. It was stagnant. It's like the Raptors got up by 19 and they just stopped pushing. And it was, I might have jinxed them, to be honest, because when I said they're on pace to score 180, they scored 11 points for the next 7 minutes. And then it was just like, from there, it was just like, all right, they tightened up. It's like they came out with joy and enthusiasm and energy and focus and a little bit of swagger. I saw a swagger in this team that I haven't seen in a while. Pep, energy, good stuff, good things that generally result in winning on the basketball court. And then suddenly I saw around the second quarter, like, okay, let's just hold on and let's finish this game out and let's not lose. And that usually is a recipe for disaster. And that's exactly what happened. The Cleveland Cavaliers shooters start going. And, they had, oh, man, the Raptors had all sorts of trouble, right? Isaac Okoro, 16 points, That shouldn't happen. I'm not trying to be rude to Isaac Okoro, but 16 points for Isaac Okoro shouldn't happen. Donovan Mitchell, 26 points. I thought he would kill us more than he did. Kudos to Immanuel Quickley, RJ Barrett, Pascal Siakam. It was a collective. It was, you don't stop Donovan Mitchell alone. Even OG Anunoby, when he was here, he didn't stop Donovan Mitchell alone. It was a team effort. And I think you kept him at bay. If you start this game out and you say Donovan Mitchell's going to have 26 points on 8 for 21, I think you take it. Max Strus, I think you kept him at bay too, right? 6 points. He was fine. So who killed you? Karis LeVert and Merrill. Sam Merrill. His name's Sam Merrill, right? I'm not like losing my mind here. Let's take a look at his game log for a second. I just want to see, like, he popped off against Utah. He popped off against Houston for 27 points. I mean, this guy's been going berserk since Darius Garland went out. And what a find for them. And honestly, you might look at him and think this guy's going to be a defensive liability. He hasn't been. I mean, I think he did a great job. Like, the compete level here was insanity. Niang, oh man. If I could can we just stop watching George Niang kill the Raptors? Like, I'm tired, man. I'm tired. Goes 4 for 5, 8 points. Their bench production was insanity. The Raptors' bench production was not insanity. They play 4 guys, a very confusing 4 guys, to be completely frank. Gary Trent Jr. gets in the game first. Let me just make this a little bit bigger so you guys can see it here. Okay, so Gary gets in the game first, a relief. Immanuel Quickley and RJ Barrett get the start, a relief, right? And you're like, oh my gosh, Darko's come to his senses. It's not the Dennis show, right? And then of course Dennis checks in, and then it's great. It was great, man. Dennis checked in. I was like, oh, this is the Dennis I signed up for. This is awesome. He was playing off the ball. He was not bringing the ball up the basketball court. And I started seeing a little bit of that 2-point guard lineup that I'm not really a fan of. I understand in spurts you might do it against certain teams, and I understand that, they're not huge. Donovan Mitchell's not a huge player, but you became smaller than them somehow, and that didn't need to happen tonight. Maybe I think it's a good thing that Jalen McDaniels did not play tonight. I don't think that would have helped very much. I don't think it's a very good thing that Otto Porter didn't play tonight. I think that would have helped a lot of things. So, okay. In terms of the Raptors production, let's talk about Pascal Siakam first. He goes 5 for 8 from 3. Who saw that coming? Seriously, with the way he started out this season, a very efficient 13 for 20, getting to the rack. I didn't like his defensive attention, but there were spurts, right? Overall, I think he hurts you defensively. He loses his man a lot, doesn't contest late sometimes. It does hurt you, but he does come through in the second half a lot more than he came in the first half. I think there was like one play in the beginning where he lost Dean Wade, and I was like, oh my gosh, here we go. Tough night. You can't stop with one guy leaking. And for the most part, the Raptors in the second half, I think they tried their best, but it's just personnel. You're putting a hand up. It's just a little bit late. You stop the guy at the rim. The other guy gets open in the corner. It's just late. You're late because I don't think you necessarily have the personnel. Would OG Anunoby have changed the outcome today? Probably not. I think you were going to narrowly be pretty even with this team. This team has a lot of things to fix here. So great game for Pascal Siakam offensively. Scottie Barnes, man, last year I made a reel about him shooting 52% from 3, and then he went off a cliff. And this year I was like, I'm not going to hype up his 3-point shooting until it's sustainable. And then I do it, 3 games ago. In the last 2 games, he goes 1 for 5, 2 games in a row. Man, Scottie, please don't fall off a cliff from 3. You can do this, man. But I think defensively towards the end, he really came up huge, man. Like, he was really tough. He gets that beautiful, smooth layup over Jared Allen. I think that was incredible. I think that was smooth. And, just really, he willed this team to victory at the end. Just really toughness. You needed someone to do that. I'm happy he did it for them. because honestly, this thing was on the rocks, and it was heading the other way for sure. And Max Strus steps out of bounds. Not a great game for him, and that's all she wrote. That was really the pendulum swing here. And I'm happy for everyone who attended the game tonight. You really needed a victory tonight. The Raptor fans, of course, feeling a lot of shame, a lot of embarrassment. I've had a lot of people who are in my life who are Raptor fans, but maybe not super diehards, who've been like messaging me and be like, how did we lose to the Pistons? How did we lose to the Pistons? All right, turn the page. Leave that in 2023. It was a terrible way to end the year, but that's last year. Let's start this year with a win against the Cavs. Okay, Jakob Poeltl plays for the first time in this year, 37 minutes. I mean, this was incredible. 14 points, 11 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 blocks, 4 turnovers. The turnovers were very extreme, like live ball turnovers leading to leakouts. I think they really hurt. The rebounding was very much needed. And, the blocks were incredible. I don't think his defense was great tonight. Just be straight up. 4 blocks notwithstanding, I think defensively it hurts you. There's that play where, Caris LeVert gets him, and he didn't want that. He just gets right to the rim, right? He's not capable right now of moving east-west. I don't think he was ever really capable of doing it outside of, his first few years, that he showed a lot of that nimble, fleeted footedness. But right now he's almost exclusively a drop big, and he's not that great a rim protector. I like the fact that he had, 3 blocks tonight, but overall, I think overall he got outplayed, in my opinion. He got outplayed by a bit. Immanuel Quickley, man, he started out on fire, right? A lot of on ball, right, which was expected, but you saw a lot of on ball him, on ball Dennis, on ball Scottie. So they're kind of splitting this rotation between any guy can kind of initiate the offense. Probably the right way to do it. You don't want any one of these 3 players to be dominating the possession all the time, and it does make your offense a lot more dynamic. It sucks to see how often he didn't have a screener, and I think this is going to be a work in progress. When you bring a guy in, you don't have a training camp. This might be a longer term vision, but absolutely understand that Immanuel Quickley can get open. You just need to set a screen for him, and he will get downhill. And a lot of those floaters, those are his shots. I've watched this guy hit those shots for years now, and he's been perfecting it. Sometimes they go in, sometimes they don't, but most of the time they do go in. If you flash a shot chart, I promise you he's going to make those shots more often than not. Above the break threes, it's kind of weird when you have a new team. Everyone's trying to fit in. Everyone's not trying to do their own thing. Everyone's trying to, get everyone involved, make the extra pass. And sometimes the Raptors got caught doing that, right? Where they have a good look, they pass it up, pass it to a guy who doesn't have a great look, and then he has to force a tough shot. Oh, guys, thank you so much. Mark and Marion from Bermuda, always tuned in. Don't forget to vote for Scottie for All-Star. Thank you very much. Guys, it's 10:37 tonight. I want you right now, 722 of you in here. I need you to vote for Scottie Barnes, RJ Barrett, Immanuel Quickley. I need you to vote for our new Raptors. I need you to vote for our budding superstar. Vote.nba.com. 3 times the vote today. We can do this, son. We can do this, son. All right. Please. And thank you so much for the super chat, and thank you both, Spooth on Instagram. Always, always with the love, always the claps. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. And shout outs to this dude over here, Godiology, who pushed us into our most financially successful month last night with his massive $4 bill super chat. Very much appreciate you too, sir. All right. Now let's get to the guy of the hour, RJ Barrett. Okay. Now I wasn't expecting Pascal to come out and splash 5 threes. I wasn't expecting to have, 36 points. I wasn't expecting Scottie Barnes to sky to the heavens to get that rebound. I wasn't. But I'll tell you one player that I was very impressed with tonight, and that was RJ Barrett. Yeah, he had a turnover. A lot of turnovers, actually. He had 5 turnovers. And that's concerning. But man, he crashed the glass. He had 9 9 rebounds, 3 on the offensive glass. That's your guard. I mean, NBA.com has him as a shooting guard. Technically, he started as small forward, but whatever. Semantics, right? He had 1 assist, 5 turnovers. He had 19 points, and he just played bully ball, man. He was just like old school. Just take a guy and just bully him. Put up a floater. Efficient, 6 for 12. I think Knicks fans would have killed for RJ to go 6 for 12 and 1 for 2 from 3. They limit the 3-point shooting. He splashes one. He was in and out on the other one, which was pretty much back to back. But you can see sort of the focus is to get him closer to the basket and let him operate. Once again, you have Jakob Poeltl. You have Pascal Siakam not drawing a lot of gravity. You have Dennis Schroeder not drawing a lot of gravity. Spacing is going to be very tough for guys like Scottie Barnes, RJ Barrett, who want to operate in this area. However, I will say this. This was a very good debut for RJ Barrett. Okay. Whatever you're expecting of him, I promise you this coaching staff, for all of their warts, for all of their mistakes, for all of their issues with synergy and synergizing lineups, they understand development very well, and they will be able to work with him. They will be able to help him understand how to pick and choose his spots, expand himself as a playmaker. It is way too late to send him down to the G League, so you're just going to have to run with it. But he can be better. He is a smart basketball player. He doesn't always read the court in an advanced way, but he reads it better than you would think. And when you're going in transition, he's a player who can really thrive. I said it before, I think in the previous live, put him on Indiana right now, he's going to drop 25 points per game. Easy. Okay. With Tyrese Halliburton and that fast-paced offense, as an athlete, you need to generate, you need to create that offense. I feel like in the second half, the Raptors went more and more to their half court, and he struggled. And it felt like Knicks RJ. When you're going end-to-end live wire, he is the guy who can get down the middle. If they can improve his decision-making a little bit in those situations, get him in the center of the court, he can play make a little bit, but he can be a receiver and a finisher, and he gets to the line. He gets to the line, right? He got to the line 8 times, which leads the Raptors. I think that was very much impressive. I think it was very impressive, right? He bullied his way into the paint, took on mismatches. He's not afraid of anybody. Right now, the question with RJ Barrett is not whether he wants it. He wants it very badly. The question with RJ Barrett is, how do you fix the parts of his game that make him predictable? And I think the Raptors will do that. As I mentioned, Immanuel Quickley starts out really strong, finishes very cold, right? I'm not worried. I'm not worried at all. He didn't dominate possessions. I think there were a couple times where the ball stuck in his hands a little bit too much, a little bit of confusion, trying to read, like, wait, what the hell are these guys doing? What am I doing here? It will get better. I think he will get better. I think he is a guy who will age like fine wine on this team. To the bench, once again, Darko with this 2-minute player. It happens almost every single game where there's a guy who gets a 2-minute quick hook and oops, brain fart. Tonight, that player was Thaddeus Young. Gave him a look, didn't work. Okay. Chris Boucher, 11 minutes. Dennis Schroeder, 30 minutes. I don't think anyone's too shocked by that. Dennis, it's funny. RJ Barrett and Immanuel Quickley got to start. Dennis Schroeder still ended up playing more minutes than them somehow. There's too much Dennis down the stretch, man. He goes 3 for 7. He got to the line a lot as well. He goes 1 for 5 from 3, 8 assists, plus 12. He's, if you believe in plus minus, on a game-to-game basis, he led the Raptors in plus 12, which is not what I'm sure that Darko and his staff are looking at right now, that they felt like the offense was a little bit more dynamic and that he felt a little bit more sure with Dennis. But I would like Darko Rajakovic to entertain the possibility of finding a new security blanket, because it's getting frustrating to watch Dennis go into his bag sometimes, because he does get tunnel vision. He does miss open shooters. He does kind of stagnate the offense. He does crawl the pace a little bit too much. I thought he was much better in the first half. In the second half, I think the usage went up a little bit. And as his usage went up, I feel the Raptors' entire team success went down. And Gary Trent Jr., 3 for 10. I hope he'll find better looks in this offense. Overall, I think the spacing was much improved. Much, much, much improved tonight. It was beautiful and joyous to watch for the first half. It was anxiety in the second half. The Raptors not blowout. My gosh, that might be a stretch. They proceeded to win the first quarter, lose the second quarter, lose the third quarter, and lose the fourth quarter. In terms of team stats, I mean, you can see it right here, right? Okay. So in terms of team stats, real quick, and then we will get to Daryl, our first caller, who hasn't called in a long time, man. We've missed you. All right. The Raptors go 11 for 30 from three. Again, the Raptors miss a ton of free throws. They miss 11 free throws somehow. Even though you import 2 better free throw shooters, you still end up getting massively outshot from the line. This is going to cost you. In closer games, this is going to cost you big time. They out-rebound. They out-hustle, in my opinion. They out-hustled, out-rebounded. They were sort of outmatched in certain defensive matchups. They get 4 blocks, all of, like 3 of them from Jakob Poeltl. They do turn the ball over a little bit more. 5 of those are on RJ Barrett for sure. I think 4 of them, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, 4 or 3 were on Jakob Poeltl. In terms of fast break points, almost dead even. And points in the paint, the Cleveland Cavaliers have more. And yeah, the largest lead for the Raptors, 19 points. And they somehow squandered that and nearly blew this game. So, okay, you get away with this. And we will definitely talk towards the middle of this live after a few callers. We will talk about what schedule lays ahead and what I hope the Raptors will accomplish on that. But for now, let us just say good luck to OG Anunoby, Precious Achiuwa, and Malachi Flynn in New York. 2 of those 3 players played today. OG Anunoby, huge, 17 points and fouled out. Of course, he fouled out, but New York fans very, very excited about him. I think watching this game, you feel his presence. You feel his presence missing, right? Defensively, you feel it. Communicating, cleaning things up, you feel it. I think the quest is on. I think the quest is on for the Toronto Raptors. They need to find some way to shore up their defense. I think defense was a problem tonight. I think the offense was much more fun to watch. This was instantly, just a more enjoyable product. It got frustrating towards the end just to see it all stagnate and sort of almost fall apart. And I'm just like sitting there like, pray. Please don't lose this. It would be so heartbreaking. And I'm just so happy for this team that they get one night away from all of the confusion, all of the trade rumors, all of the this guy's gone, JLA media, Rob is boring. You're free to go elsewhere, man. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, let's bring on Daryl. Daryl, what's up, man?
Hey, man. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, sir. And thank you so much, Stanley Curian, for the super chat here. Happy New Year, bud. Have we ever talked about the Schroeder and Siakam on-court tension? No, we haven't. But certainly if someone wants to bring that up, and yeah.
Well, I'll leave that for another caller.
Oh, JLA Media saying OG is boring. OG. I would never diss you. Oh, my bad. Oh, did I misread that? I read Rob is boring because I was feeling like maybe I was being boring there, and I just completely misread you, man. My bad. Thank you. Okay, Daryl, how are you doing? We haven't talked in a while. Did you watch the game?
Oh yeah, man, very closely, very, very closely, and I. Yeah, like usual, every single one of your takes is exactly how I was feeling, except one. Jakob Poeltl. Poeltl was playing like Marc Gasol out there today, and something has changed in him. No. Hear me out. I know what you're thinking. That Karis LeVert blow by where he did nothing in the fourth, that sticks out like a sore thumb.
That's not it. That's not it. I mean, there was a lot. Like, I mean, come on, man. Jared Allen just friggin' turned on him and just put it up, and he wasn't even at the rim. There were so many times where a guy comes over and he doesn't rotate, he doesn't call it out. He's not in place, man. He's not contesting. If I show you a chart of like centers and power forwards and small forwards who contest, his rim frequency is not good. I liked his energy on offense better tonight, and I think that made him a lot more playable. I like that dunk that he had. I think his screening and, just he's not Marc Gasol, bro.
No, but I thought there was a noticeable difference in just the way that he was defending. I noticed him on defense a lot tonight. There were some turnovers, of course. I never like his turnovers, but I have to say there was one of his turnovers where he made a pass, where he kicked a pass out and it was picked off. I mean, he read it right. It's just that it was like a split second slow, and I forget who it was that picked it off. Mitchell, maybe. It was like, that's what Mitchell does. Like he'll anticipate these passes and then he'll jump into the lane. That's basically the only defense that Mitchell plays. But I didn't really blame Poeltl for that. And I saw him contesting really, really hard. And I'm kind of surprised that you're down on his rim protecting. I thought today it was much better than it's been this whole season, basically, on his rim protection. I mean, no, he's not Rudy Gobert, but it looked like Jakob of old. And I saw flashes of Marc Gasol, and also on offense, the way that they were initiating the offense, he was standing up above the break on the 3-point line, and he'd get a DHO or he'd get a pass, and then he would direct and then make a pass and then make a beeline into the paint. So, and another time, like one of the most beautiful things, it was when Dennis checked in the first quarter, and Quickley and Trent were on the floor with him. Mm-hmm. And who was it? Gary went to one corner. Dennis went to another corner, and I forget who it was. It was somebody at the top with Jakob in the middle, and he grabbed an offensive rebound. There was a wide open shooter. I think it was Gary that he passed it out to, and Gary had like 4 seconds to get the shot off, and I was just like, oh. Something has been unlocked here. There's spacing on the floor. That's what it was. It was Quickley. Quickley was at the top, and then it was the other 2 guys in the corners, and the defenders didn't know who to guard. And I was like, where has this been for years on the Toronto Raptors? This might unlock Jakob.
Yeah. I mean, in theory, it could unlock Jakob if Immanuel Quickley becomes a much better passer. I think he had a couple of really good ones tonight. I was very impressed. I think he got off the ball quickly enough. Every time I say quick, I don't know why. Now every single time I use the word quickly, I need to start saying fastly, just because I think I might be confusing myself at this point. I think he was good. I think he was solid. I think he'll be even better. I have not, like, in the beginning when he came out, I was like, man, I can't wait to go on Pensar Basketball Live and tell everyone I'm a genius for saying how great this guy's been for, and he's going to be, and then he cools off. But nothing I saw tonight makes me anything but very positive, because teams do guard him. He wasn't open for a second. I mean, that was the big adjustment in the second half. They wouldn't leave him alone for a second. They were guarding him off the ball. They were face guarding him like he wasn't open. So that's great. That's great for your spacing. If he's being hugged 30 feet from the basket, then that's great for your spacing. They don't want him to get open. If he's being pressed, then all you need is a screener for him to get downhill, and he's gonna create all sorts of holes in the defensive, armor.
Enter Pascal Siakam. I mean, it's not an accident.
Yeah. And Pascal Siakam being wide open. I mean, he's been wide open all season, and he's been missing them. So, I mean, this is just great. In fact, I think he even made a few contested ones tonight. So, good game for Siakam. Late game for Scottie Barnes. I think he could have been a lot more assertive, but maybe just allowing others to just sort of find their rhythm. But he found it late, and, he commanded the ball late, Didn't matter. The Quickley was on the floor, Heurter was on the floor, whatever. He's just like, nope, my ball. I'm going to make the decisions right now. And he made good decisions. I love that decision he made where he draws the double and quickly fastly passes it to Jakob Poeltl for the N1. That was beautiful.
Yeah.
So gorgeous. I think there's a lot of, hey, Leanne, happy New Year to you too. I think there's a lot to build on in this performance. I hope this team is going to find some sort of camaraderie on the road. Road trips can be very good for bonding. They can be a very good bonding experience for a team. So I would love to see that. We'll, of course, go to the post game. I can't wait to hear what everyone says, when that's posted. Daryll, any final thoughts, man?
Oh, I mean, I could talk all day with you guys, but I'm really happy. I'm with you. I think Quickley looked great in the first 3 minutes of the game. I was like, on cloud nine. I couldn't stop grinning. I was going to text message you. Actually, I was like, I grabbed my phone and then I was like, hang on. I'm a little high right now on the adrenaline. I'm just going to wait a bit and see what happens at the end of the game. And yeah, I mean, things got stagnant at the end, but I think that.
What were you going to say? Like, hey, he's Allen Iverson. were you going to go that far?
I wasn't going to go that far. I was just going to say like, this is the offense we've been dreaming about. Like, this is it right here, what we're seeing. And it was at the beginning.
You have two pieces. You have two pieces now that very much fit with the offense that you've been dreaming about. If that makes sense.
The thing is we didn't have what RJ brings, as you mentioned, is that getting to the free throw line, getting that straight north-south game where he can blow by everybody. And when he doesn't miss the wide open layup, it actually looks really, really great when it works, you know?
Right.
And
yeah.
But I mean, that's what you're going to get with him. That's what you're going to get. And in all fairness, I mean, OG missed his fair share of open layups too when he was here. So it's like, we can't just pick and choose. Like, I think that he put up and you know, RJ was guarding Caris LeVert a lot, and Caris LeVert went off. A lot of people are going to say, oh, he was a pylon on defense, but no, I don't think so. I think that he was respectable on defense because I watched his coverages and what he was doing. He was making good choices, and he was picking guys up early. But Caris LeVert's the kind of guy that every 6 or 8 games he'll go off and hit shots that no human should ever be making in the first place. And there's nothing a defender can do.
He's a very talented player. I don't think they guarded him well. If you're saying that, and
I don't think so either.
And RJ is limited in terms of lateral quickness. If that's something they can work on with him, I don't know. He has a very similar issue to Scottie Barnes, which, you know, is his hip mobility is not great and his legs are very long.
Yeah.
So this makes him a great straight line driver. This makes him a very sometimes poor defender. Okay. Anyways, thank you so much for calling in, Daryl. As always,
it's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure.
And Happy New Year to Taiwan and to you and to your family, to your kids, everybody.
I'll enjoy the rest of the show, man. See ya.
Okay. Let's bring on Araf. Araf, what's up, man?
How's it going, man?
Not bad. I'm good. How are you?
Feel pretty good after seeing that win. After it's been a while since we got a win last. So yeah, just wondering what your thoughts on Gary Trent Jr. not, you know, being a hit or miss in most games, and also, do you think this game does anything for the Siakam trade?
I mean, you got to see in the first half at least what your offense could look like with a competent shooter in place of Siakam, which tonight was Siakam, right? I don't think he, like P saying, you don't sound very happy. Am I very happy, or is he talking about you? I have no idea. I have resting bitch face. I have no idea.
I'm just kind of tired right now, but yeah.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, so I mean, you got a chance to see what your offense could look like. I mean, I'm not saying that it's going to happen, but like a Keegan Murray or a Jalen Johnson type, right? If you were to get a guy who just stretch, and I mean, Jalen Johnson typically hasn't been a shooter, but this year has been shooting pretty well. So even if you were to say, I don't know, bring in DeAndre Hunter, I don't want to bring in DeAndre Hunter, but if you were to bring in DeAndre Hunter, you know, that would be a guy at the 4 who could shoot. So ultimately, you got a chance to see what 5 out or 4 out at least could look like with Scottie. And if Scottie can continue to bomb from 3, and you know, Immanuel Quickley and you know RJ Barrett can figure out something, then yeah, you have something there. In terms of Gary being streaky, Gary's always been streaky. That's not surprising. But there are a lot of players who are streaky, right? So I think what will determine Gary's role on this team, if he's a part of the future or not to borrow the if he does this, he fits us. If he doesn't do this, he doesn't fit us thing from Nick Nurse last year. But he has to provide consistent defense. And I think he was pesky tonight. You know, he got into the passing lanes a little bit. He had that, you know, fast break. I think, you know, those plays are underrated. They may count for 2 points. It's a steal and 2 points. But man, it shifts momentum, especially when you're at home. And it can really kill momentum if you're on the road. So you need him to be sort of a disruptive, active defender. You need him to get on the glass. You need him to make smart plays. And if the shot falls, it falls, but you need him to be a threat. And he is a threat, and teams defend him. And that's more than I can say for a lot of players on this team. So whether he hits 3 for 5 or 3 for 10, it's like it doesn't completely always matter to me as long as he's taking good shots and the defense still respects him. He's helping. Yeah. Any final thoughts, Araf?
Oh, I'm just looking forward to what the road trip has in store for us. So,
Are you? Have you looked at which teams we're facing?
I mean, yeah, I know I've seen the teams. They're pretty tough, but I just want to see what we can do with this new team.
I mean, I agree. And to people who are let's say coolest G saying Grady is done for the season. He's not. I don't think so, unless something happened there. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, to those people who are very excited about Immanuel Quickley, myself especially and included, you're gonna get to see him against De'Aaron Fox on this road trip. You're gonna get to see him against John Morant on this road trip. That should be very fun. Because you're gonna maybe see a guy come down and do some stuff that we haven't seen a Raptors guard do in forever. Right. And I think if we can get some spacing around him and stop running him kind of off the ball with Dennis and these weirdo lineups, like you could really unlock some space for him. I think Gary's a good thing for him. I think Otto would be a really good thing for him. I think Otto, Gary, Boucher, even Scottie, I was going to say OG. He's not here anymore. Players of the sort, Jakob even could be a good thing for him, but you need to have spacers and shooters, around. So, yeah. Anyways, yeah. All right. Thanks for calling in, Araf.
Thanks for having me.
Cheers. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Stanley Kieran saying we need to upgrade Boucher. Maybe. Yeah, maybe you need to find something else. But I think he fits. You want to play fast, he can play fast. You want to be in transition, he can be in transition. And I think Otto could be like a really valuable piece if you want a shooter in transition. I also think Grady could be a very valuable transition shooter. He was a transition shooter at Kansas. He can definitely do that for us as well. Okay, call-in link is in the description, but also I will post it in the chat right there if you got something to say. If you want, a quick question answered, absolutely call in. You click the link and you call in. It's on your phone. It's via Chrome or via Firefox. You don't need any app. It's very simple. I feel like a lot of people would call in if they knew how simple it was. It's super simple. All right. And you just talk into your phone. You can turn your camera on, turn your camera off. It doesn't really matter. Here's someone who has their camera on. Jonathan Convoy. What's going on, sir?
Hey, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. How are you doing?
Good. I hope you can hear me. I'm not at the computer. I'm actually out of province right now, and I'm in Quebec of all places. So
cool.
Yeah. I wasn't gonna call in, but shout out to Goat and shout out to the other person. I can't remember the name, but they encouraged the call in. I'm exhausted. I actually admittedly fell asleep for a quarter because of how tired I am because of last night and then driving for as long as I did today.
Mm-hmm.
But here we are. I want to sing the Reading Rainbow song, Butterfly in the Sky. So
yeah. What'd you think of the game, man?
I was I'm super happy.
I'm glad.
This had the makings of a potential heartbreaker.
Mm-hmm.
And
it did.
I think overall, like your assessment in terms of quarters won versus lost was spot on. I liked what I saw, like pretty much across the board. I would even say Dennis was pretty good. Not as I didn't want to see as much of him as I did, but pretty awesome.
Yeah.
A little bit of housekeeping. Everybody, there's a whole bunch of you here. Please hit that like button. And a Happy New Year, everyone. And what a time to be a Raptors fan. So
that's so poetically said, Jonathan. Thank you so much. Any final thoughts, man?
No, just lots of love to the community. Lots of love to you, Rob. Thank you so much for bringing this at the pace and the tenacity you do. I don't think people understand how much goes into doing something like this and what a potential toll it can take on a human.
It's super fun. It's super fun.
Oh,
It's super fun. I love
and
it. Yeah.
I hear the passion that like
Yeah.
carries you through this. But yeah,
Totally.
I'm gonna rewatch the game. I'm gonna do my regular crib notes that I do, and I love all of you guys. So let's go 2024.
Thank you, man.
Keep the faith in the butterfly, everybody. Please. This is fun.
Thanks, Jonathan. Take care, man. Enjoy your time and get some rest. Cheers.
Will do. Bye.
Cheers. Okay. And now we have Will. Will, what's going on?
What's going on, Rob? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Great picture. Is that the dog? Is that the dog that bit Aaron Gordon?
No, unfortunately not.
Unfortunately not. You would be sued, man. If you can please not move your mic around too much, it's very disruptive. I would appreciate it.
My bad.
Yeah.
My main thing is I need to see IQ with some screeners.
Yeah. He has some. They're not setting screens for him right now, though.
Or even the ones I saw tonight were not that good. Like, Yak had some like touch screens where like he barely even touched the guy, and it's like,
yeah,
we need hard screens, good screens. Like, I don't know why we didn't.
I think you just need to play faster, man. I think you need to play faster. You can set down screens in transition as well. You know, yeah, like there's a lot of ways that an intelligent offensive coach could unlock a piece like this, get him downhill. I think you're gonna have to implement some of those sets. You're gonna have to go and really practice some stuff. Jakob is a very good screener, and I think he might be one of the better screeners in the NBA, frankly. Like Steven Adams, there's like 5 guys in the league where I'm like, when they screen, whew, you're open.
Yeah.
It's very impressive the way he does it. It's an art. It's really an art. Like if you've ever seen Pascal Siakam set a screen or Chris Boucher set a screen, you damn well know like it's not for everybody, right? So yeah, like if you can get Yak and IQ on the same page on that front, quite frankly, RJ could also use some screeners, right? He can get downhill, he can attack. He's not the best decision maker. He's not the best finisher. He's not the best shooter. He's all that, not the best. He reminds me a little bit of Cade Cunningham, to be honest, without the passing. He's Cade without the passing. Is that a fair assessment of not Immanuel Quickley? Oh my gosh, of RJ Barrett.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah, so he's got that kind of shiftiness. He's got a little ball handling. He can bully you a little bit. Not the best athlete. Fluid, but not the best. Not the most explosive. He's long, but he's not huge, right? He's got good footwork, but it doesn't always end up in the right places. He's very turnover prone. I mean, he's not overly turnover prone in general, but if you ask him to create too much, he's going to be pretty turnover prone. So you need to refine it. But at the end of the day, I mean, the upside here is still the upside. An athlete who moves this way is still an athlete who moves this way. All right. So I think the upside on him is still there. I hope that they'll unlock it. And I think screeners would help. And I think transition play would help.
Yeah, I think especially like RJ getting some good screens for hopefully good 3-point shots. If we can work on that with like Jama and that 3-point shot tech we got in the OVO center would be cool. I just really want to see Scottie and Maxey pick and roll.
You said Maxey.
Or sorry.
Oh, Freudian slip there, man. Yeah, that was a Freudian slip right there, right?
That was,
we've been talking a lot about Quickley and Maxey, and then now you're saying Scottie and Maxey. Wouldn't we all like to see that? That would be great. Yeah.
But I would like to see IQ and Barnes do kind of like the Murray and Jokic kind of pick and roll, where you can even sometimes see Jokic go and pop a 3 from the top of the key, which I think Scottie
100%
should be able to do, and I feel like that would really unlock a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I think that was my last thought. There was that. So
yeah, absolutely, man. Thanks for calling in.
I know. Okay, cool. Thank you for having me.
Cheers, Will. Oh, you were gonna say something.
Leave a like, guys.
Oh, that's very nice of you.
Have a good one.
Cheers, man. I'm so sorry, Will. I know he was about to say leave a like, and then I cut him off, and then I put him back on. He said leave a like, and then I cut him off again as he was about to say Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Will. Happy New Year to all of you. Happy New Year, Raptor fans. let's take some comments here. If you'd like to call in again, the description is the link is in the description, but also the link is right here. And I'm posting it again. If you got something to say, absolutely call in. Let's see here. Okay. I gotta tell you, I listened to OG's post game. He seems very happy, and I'm very happy for him. It's awesome. It's good for him. We will definitely post the post game for it tonight when that is available. I'm very curious to see what people have to say about it. Daryll saying, "Does Grady start in a couple years?" Yes, it would be pretty disastrous if he is not in the pipeline to start. Something would have gone very, very wrong with his development, right? We need to get Barrett working on his right hand finishing. 100%, man. Like, I mean, he is very predictable, but also, despite being very predictable, he does get to his spots. I've said it before with Scottie. You judge a player on can you get to your spots or not. Like, do you have some way of getting to your spots? Kawhi got to his spots through bully ball and tactic. Harden gets to his spots through craft, just like Paul Pierce did. Vince, Michael, it was explosiveness. Eventually, it became strength and technique for Michael. Every athlete, every player in the NBA has to find some different way to get to their spots, right? I find that RJ can get to his spots. He just doesn't necessarily have a lot of options when he gets there, and he doesn't have any defined go-to moves. Like, I don't really feel comfortable with an RJ turnaround at the midi, at the pinch post. I don't feel comfortable with that shot. I don't necessarily feel comfortable with an RJ floater at this point. I'm not entirely sure I feel comfortable with an RJ hook shot. Maybe the only thing I really feel comfortable with is an RJ corner three when he's open, right? His game has to expand beyond that, but he has the handle and a sort of athletic profile of a guy who can do some of that stuff. So, and he has the long strides, man. He has the long strides and he's a fluid athlete. I think he can do it. Anyways, let's bring on Tyler Anderson. Tyler, what's up? Nigga. Why did these people do this? Another troll. Okay. The last time someone did that, I was very, very, very upset. At this point, I'm just like, let's talk New Year's. Let's talk New Year's resolutions. A lot of people set New Year's resolutions, right? What would be your New Year's resolution for the Raptors? I think it would be to pick a direction. I think you found one, right? Now I think it is to pull this entire thing. Scrub that. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't scrub alive while it's happening. I'll have to go back afterwards and do it. The last time it cost us the comments. So anytime someone tries to troll like this, which is so sad that, this can happen like this, and there's no way to screen these callers beforehand, unfortunately, unless I figure out a different way to do it. Sometimes you talk to someone and they're perfectly normal, and then 5 minutes in they go completely berserk and they start screaming at you. I gotta tell you, like, when we started this call-in show format, it was a very, very scary thing. You get people calling in with all sorts of crazy ideas and stuff, and you open yourself up to a lot, right? You really do. Anyways, would someone like to call in who's not a troll? That would be great. I'm going to ask everyone else from this point on, if you are calling in, to, prior to me letting you on, if you just flash your camera on so that I know that you're a real person. That would be great. Okay. Let's see here. Absolutely. SP saying, can RJ turn into Danny Granger? Danny Granger was a much better defender. So that's a problem first. In terms of can he do that offensively, he was also a better shooter. So I don't think that there's anything wrong with RJ's game in terms of shooting. It's a little bit slow. It's a little bit to the side. It's worked for him at certain levels. This year, I mentioned in the live earlier, his contested looks are completely in a different stratosphere in terms of efficiency than his open looks. That to me says you're not getting your shot off clean when teams push you to put the ball on the floor or put a hand in your face. And that's probably something that he has to work on. In fact, I'm pretty sure that is something he's going to work on. He's 23 years old. Obviously, this is a team that believes in development. They hired an entire development staff to develop guys. They've been working with scraps. You want the truth? That they've been working with scraps. You want to sell yourself on, like Immanuel, Precious Achua is some like diamond in the rough, and he's going to morph into, Pascal Siakam 2.0. Yeah, I've heard that story before. I've heard that about a lot of players. It doesn't happen for everybody. You can't bridge the 6 inches between people's heads. You just can't. You can't change someone's approach to the game and how they see the game and how they process the game. Like, what's in your mind, right? Like, it's important. It's so important. There was a play late tonight, and this is completely off the cuff and a little bit different. We're going to have Ghostface come on, a very welcome caller here, where Scottie feels he got fouled, right? He comes down. He leaves a corner shooter open. I can't remember who it was, but it's not someone who should have been open. That I remember. And then he just kind of waves him off like, okay, and he doesn't get out to him. And this is with the game very much on the line because he's still emotionally reacting to the call he didn't get on the other side. Someone needs to have a conversation with him about this. You cannot be complaining about a call that didn't happen and possibly cost your team 3 points. This is not a if you do that and you're the leader, everyone's going to do that. Don't do that. It's low-hanging fruit, right? And it's immature. It's immature. You've got to grow beyond that. Of course. Did LeBron do a lot of immature things when he was 22? Did I do a lot of immature things when I was 22? Did everyone in the world do a lot of immature things when they're 22? Yes. You grow from this and you learn. But hopefully you learn quickly. He's been doing this a lot, right? It was in the clutch? Yes, it was. Was it a Okoro? If it was a Okoro, I stand corrected. But still, compounding that, it was also he didn't really box out for the rebound because he was still kind of thinking about the other play. I've seen this a few times for Scottie where he piles a mistake into another mistake. It usually doesn't go past that. He'll usually catch himself after 2, but it doesn't even have to go to 2. I feel this entire team has this problem. Siakam does it too. Gary does it too. Schroeder sometimes. Everyone does it on this team where they make a mistake on offense, whether it's a turnover or a missed call or something, and then they're almost always going to give up a corner 3 because they don't communicate the other way. They have to unlink offense and defense in their mind and stop allowing their defense to dictate their offense and their offense to dictate their defense. These are disconnected. You must become a more mature team. And seriously, if you watch more, veteran laden and perhaps more mature teams, I mean, I'm just thankful for that we can at least say we're young now. You know what I mean? This was frustrating as hell when it was happening last week where I couldn't even really say that we were that young. Things truth, I think. I don't remember who it was exactly. I'll have to go back and look at it. Ghostface, what's up, man?
Yo, you first comment was right. It was a Okoro. He just waved him off, and I was like, "Yo, what the hell are you doing?" Like, he has 15. Like, Okoro was somewhat in rhythm for this game, but
Okay.
yeah, I'm glad you called it out because he has been doing it a lot, not just to the refs, but also to his teammates. Where Scottie throws his hands up and he's like, "Yo," and you could hear it. So I like him to fix that.
Yeah,
But
I mean, and in fairness, Okoro is shooting 37% from 3
oh yeah,
this year.
he's someone I like on his team because the 3 types of players I think you want to surround Scottie with is combo guard, got that done, stretch 5, and a 3 and D. Now, we lost OG, but if you can get a Okoro or even somebody like a Royce O'Neal, I think it's good. Somebody of that archetype. But yeah, RJ, I think I like this overall game. But there were 2 moments where he had tunnel vision. One where he was driving on, I forget who, it was either JA or Strus, but he was in the post and a help defender was coming over and Boucher was waving his arms up wildly. He was like, I'm open. And RJ just took the contested layup. like he made it, but like just
R-
no more
RJ is
turnovers.
RJ is familiar with Chris Boucher.
So you think he shouldn't test it?
He's just like, nah, bro. Nah, we good.
Was Boucher shooting from three?
Huh?
Was
How's
Boucher shooting
Boucher
from three?
shooting? I mean, he's had moments. He's had moments where he's been good. He's had moments where he's been bad. I mean, let me pull up his numbers for this year. He's shooting 35% from three, which is below league average.
2% below league average. But like I would have just hit him
Fair
in the
enough.
corner besides taking a contested on whoever.
No, you're
was
right.
in
You're
post.
right. You're right. For sure. And I mean,
Yeah.
like, you feel the pressure. There's no player who was under more pressure tonight than RJ, right? With the
True.
Canadian media going insane for him right now, right?
They love him.
They love him. Of course they love him. I mean, he's a starting former top 3 pick. I mean, he was really one of the most hyped prospects that I've covered in my lifetime. Really, like,
Right.
if I had to create a list of the top 15 most hyped prospects in the last 15 years, he's on it. He's on it for sure. Like, he's up there. He's up there with Wiggins, Cade, Zion, Anthony Davis, like all these guys. He was more hyped than Scottie.
Really? Well, that makes sense.
Hell yeah.
The one that slugs over Scottie.
Yeah, I mean, like he was like, I mean, he was the man in high school, man. Like,
Mhm.
I was looking at a picture of Scottie and RJ. Here's a fun fact for the chat for 730 of you. A really fun fact. It's a hilarious fact. Are you familiar with Montverde?
The high school?
Yeah. It's a
Yeah,
prep
a little
it's a
bit.
prep, it's a prep school in Florida. It's a basketball factory. It's a lot of things factory. It's a very interesting place. It's kids who choose to go there. I mean, you give up a lot. It's very
Right.
Asian. It's a very Asian school. Overall, their basketball program is, quite frankly, their facilities, their basketball program, their coaching is very, very close to Division I level in terms of, like, they are a hoops factory. Okay.
Okay.
When you look up notable alumni from Montverde Academy, it's a really funny thing. The first 4 players alphabetically are all former Raptors or current Raptors. Can anyone tell me who those 4 players are? 2 of them are
Scottie?
obvious. That's 1.
Precious,
That's 2.
RJ.
That's 3. Does anyone know the 4th?
Is he former or current?
Former.
No, I have no idea.
Zigsaw Puzzle saying Boucher. Hell no. Dayron's not Dayron is awesome, but Dayron's not a Raptor, bro. He's a Raptor. He's a former Raptor. Consider, if anyone knows how Montverde recruits, this is a pretty easy question. Bro, Sheridan, Cade is not a Raptor, nor is he a former Raptor.
Not yet.
Moses Moody. Did people not understand the question? Malachi was never at Montverde. Yes, sir. He got it. Solomon Alabi.
Who's
That
that?
is the 4th one. Yep. Nope. Zuckerberg, the reptilian, saying T-Mac. Nope. T-Mac went to Mount Zion Christian Academy. Yeah. Now everyone's got Solomon Alabi. Joey, as in Joey Graham. That's awesome. Anyways, so yeah, I don't know. I thought that was a really random and completely interesting fact that we got the first 4. It's like we're going down the list. I'm very curious to see who the 5th player on that list is, and if we can sign him.
Cade?
It might be Cade.
Yeah, it'll be a
Yo.
Raptor soon.
No thanks. I'm good. No, I'm good. What it would cost to get him here? No thanks. Like, yeah.
Yeah. The second moment was in the fast break. It was in the clutch when Scottie had an advantage in the fast break, and RJ held on to it for a little bit too long. Then he passed it, and I think it was Donovan Mitchell that deflected it. Just a little bit late
Yep.
on a decision.
I mean, he had
Just
5
get
turnovers. He made his fair share of mistakes, but worth noting, new teammates, turnovers are going
takes
to be
time.
turnovers
Right.
and fouls are definitely going to happen when you have a new teammate. Like, I remember when Jalen Rose and Danielle Marshall got traded here. And I think we went on a 5-game win streak with those guys. And then I think we traded Jerome Williams and Antonio Davis for him. I was very excited because I love Danielle Marshall. Love Jalen Rose, and I was very excited about that trade. Don't ask me why, but I just thought the Raptors fleeced. I thought they fleeced the Bulls, and I think they won 5 games straight with that lineup. And it's difficult. There's like it's a balancing act, right? On the one hand, the other team, they don't know how to guard you. They've never seen you before. You never existed before. Like the Raptors with Immanuel Quickley and RJ Barrett have never existed before. You've never seen, so you can't scout it. Most of the time when a team is implementing, especially 2 starters or like 2 guys who are going to play heavy minutes, most of the time they go away from their playbook a little bit and they just kind of say, guys, do whatever the fuck you want, right? You don't have time to implement like plays. So this is always a very, very tough thing. Typically, sometimes you'll even see like guys who are very good come off the bench for the first few games just to maintain the offensive cohesion. So the fact that the Raptors started these guys right away, to me, it's a statement. In my opinion, is a bit of a statement to just say like, hey, we're starting these guys. And Darko Rajakovic, of course, negates this by saying like, don't look too much into it. It might change or whatever. No, I don't think you start Immanuel Quickley and RJ Barrett on the first night and then drop them and then bench them. Like why would you do that? If anything, you would bench them and then start them. You know what I mean? Right. Like if he said Heurter and Trent are starting, but don't read into this permanently, I think everyone would be like, yeah. So when RJ and Immanuel are caught up, they'll come in. I actually think that would have been the best move. You want the truth? Like the PR hit on that would be tough, especially with everyone already saying like, he loves Dennis and Dennis is his son and all that stuff.
Dennis Rajakovic.
Oh man. I think a lot of people would have been perturbed if he had started Dennis and Gary tonight. But given how much synergy and know-how RJ and IQ already have playing together for 4 years, having those 2 guys come off the bench together without Siakam, without Scottie, whatever, just have them come off the bench and play together, I think that would have been probably a little bit better.
I see your point. I think the game was just too big in Toronto history because it's RJ. So like if you start RJ, you can't not start IQ.
I meant both of them. I think I think from a basketball perspective, there's a good argument to be made to bring both of them off the bench.
No, I'm saying that probably would have been the best, but that's the reason why they didn't do it. Because you need to start RJ because, the media, they love him. And then if you start him, you also need to bring in Quickley.
Yeah, I could see that. I don't know. It's very difficult to implement 2 starters and win a basketball game in the NBA. Like I can't remember. It's very difficult. So, especially against a team that's playing relatively well. The Raptors, of course, moved to 9-9 on at home, which is good. Their road record, of course, is abysmal. And they're about to go on a lengthy road trip. How do you feel about this team?
I like it. I like it. And just depending on how long. Well, I'm not big on Siakam's ISO play, but Quickley, bro, the way he was attacking and those floaters, just let a couple of them go in, and they're looking at a very different team. But I mean, tonight I think we scraped by. I mean, no Mobley, no Garland, obviously.
They've been playing well, bro.
Who?
Cleveland.
Yeah, but Mobley's also been out for like how long now?
At least 2-3 weeks. At least.
Weeks. Is he in a slump?
Is he in a slump?
Yeah.
No, man, he's injured.
No, I mean before the injury.
He wasn't playing well. He was having a very down year, in fairness.
Okay.
Let's see. Let's see. The Cavs last few games. Let's just double check here. They beat the Hawks. They beat the Rockets. They beat the Jazz. Lost to the Pelicans. Beat the Bulls. Beat the Mavericks. Okay. Lost to the Bucks. Lost to the Raptors. So to anyone saying like, hey, without Evan Mobley, and Evan Mobley would have made this night very tough on somebody for sure. Mm-hmm. But not having him out there, it really unlocks. And honestly, Darius Garland And Donovan Mitchell, as much as I love the theoretical fit of two guys like this, makes them very small. Number one. Number two, there's only one basketball. There's two of these guys. So I think playing without Darius Garland has made Donovan Mitchell a little bit more, back to his Utah days. This is more like in line with how he played in Utah, right?
There's been a lot of complaints against Donovan Mitchell that I've seen from Cavs fans saying he's playing too much hero ball. It seems like him and Garland can't coexist this season. I don't know how accurate all those claims are, but I did see one game when he was injured, they did win, and there was a lot more ball movement. Like there was a Jared Allen to Evan Mobley lob. It was so random.
He is a significantly better player than Darius Garland.
I agree, but then there's also I think Garland's a better playmaker.
Yeah, neither one can defend very well. Garland is one of the better passers in the NBA for sure, but I think at some point you do have to register that Donovan Mitchell is probably not going to be a Cav long term. So Cavaliers fans are going to feel like, hey, this is our guy, this is our future, and you're not passing them the basketball or something, right? And they want to. It's not Donovan Mitchell's fault that Evan Mobley can't hit threes. It's not.
That is true.
Right? It's just like it wasn't Fred's fault that Scottie couldn't hit threes last year. It was his fault he wasn't getting the ball in playmaking positions, maybe sometimes, or underneath the basket. But, if Scottie goes 15% from three, bro, part of that's on you, right? So, I don't know. It's all worth noting for sure.
That's fair.
Yeah, so to look at the Raptors schedule going forward. Hang on, it's tough. It's a very, very tough schedule for sure. Let me pull it up for a second. I'll pull it on the screen. We can make some predictions as well if you'd like. Okay, let's see here. The Grizzlies are playing really well since Ja Morant came back. Let's see here. Okay, so this is an extended road trip, man. Holy shit. Okay, let me pull this up. Okay. Stop. Share video. Okay. So here we go. So this is the Raptors' upcoming schedule. They have tough, right? 3 games back to back to back. You're facing 3 of the best guards in the NBA.
Let me see.
You got Ja Morant, you got De'Aaron Fox, and then you got Steph Curry. Oof. That's tough. That's 3 games on the road against 3 teams, 2 of which are playing very well, the third of which is starting to play well. Not easy. Then you go and take on the Lakers and the Clippers. So LeBron and Kawhi on a back-to-back somehow. And then there's the Jazz.
Predict the record of those first 5.
So easily you could say 0 for 5, so easily. You could Memphis in Memphis. I would predict Memphis. Raptors against the Kings. I'd be very much a homer if I was picking the Raptors, but I feel like they could eke that one out. I think Pascal and Scottie can create a lot of issues for Sabonis and Keegan Murray and Harrison Barnes. I think they could. Let's see, right?
I think Harrison Barnes slightly regressed on defense.
He has. That's what I said. They can create a lot of problems for him. But of course, Malik Monk and Kevin Heurter and De'Aaron Fox are going to create a world of problems for our, defense. So, it'd be very interesting to see. This team has to come together. They played much harder tonight than they have in a really long time, in my opinion. They played together. And before Immanuel Quickley picked up all those fouls, he was very aggressive, defensively and offensively. I feel like getting into foul trouble can screw up a player's rhythm, very much, because you're thinking if I drive and I clear out, then boom, I'm picking my 5th foul and I'm putting my team in the hole. Or if I pick up a charge, it just some guys do really, really well.
Conservative.
You do. And I like Immanuel Quickley playing really free. So he's not necessarily a very foul-prone player, from what I understand. So this isn't a typical thing. Just like OG is not a very foul-prone player, but he fouled out today in New York. Sometimes this just happens. Nerves. You're trying to make an impression. New home crowd, etc. You're trying to show him how great you are defensively. I think for IQ, it's also like how many times there was a breakdown where he's trying to cover on the back line, or how many times there's a screen that's not being called out and he's trying to come over it. Like, you know what I mean? So I think like communication can help him out a lot. But man, like, shit. I mean, if you look at
I
his
love
team,
seeing IQ. Okay. I love looking at IQ as a point of attack today over Schroeder, because man, the way he was cutting off some drives with his footwork is really nice. When he moved left, I think it was a Coral he was about to drive, and when Coral, as soon as he moved left, bro, IQ reacted. He was shifting left. It's just nice after seeing Dennis get abused these last few games.
Absolutely. Yeah. If we could look very quickly at the schedule. We looked at the schedule. The schedule is horrible. Look at the standings for a second. I think after tonight, the Raptors are still 12th, I think. So they are 12th still. So they're 12 and 20. So if they go 0 and 5, like you pull the plug on the season so fast, right? Like 0 and 5, and you're 12 and 25.
When's the All-Star break? February?
February.
Okay.
I mean, you start digging yourself into a, you know, like I'm not saying they're gonna go 0 and 5. If I had to predict the road record, if I had to predict, I'll go 2 and 3. I think
that's
they
the
go 2 and 3.
Option.
It is a very safe option, and of course, even that, like I wouldn't take a bet on it. I mean, I would probably root on the under on that one. I don't think they're gonna, but I think that's maybe the best case outcome. I mean, if they run the table, that would be amazing. Go 5-0. Teams don't know how to guard you. They don't know how to defend you. You catch a wave. You get a little bit of rhythm. IQ gets going. RJ's trying to prove some shit. Scottie takes over. Pascal, you know, this 3-point shooting is real. I don't know. It's a very weird team, because you look around at the teams that they're like, you know, they're in company with, right? Like Charlotte, Atlanta. I mean, Atlanta's a pretty talented team too. If you look at it, Chicago's a pretty talented team too. Brooklyn's a pretty talented team too. There's not like a lot of like completely bum ass teams that are like the Charlotte Bobcats, you know?
It's also the synergy.
It is a synergy. I think, yeah. Oh my gosh. Bueno Kitty saying 5-0 and pizza party time. Yeah, I don't think so. But that would be amazing. I mean, yeah, like I bet anything that the Raptors will win 3 in a row this year, though. That much I'm pretty sure about.
At one point in the season, or before the All-Star break?
I mean, at some point in the season. Yeah.
Where do you predict we'll finish? Like 10th?
I'm hoping for 8th, 7th. I'm really hoping. But if you dig yourself in a hole like this, where you go 0 and 5 or even 1 and 4 on this road trip, like because of the hole that you already dug yourself, it's a little bit different than the We the North part 1, because that trade happened much sooner in the year. It happened after 18 games. This one's happening after like 31, 32 games. So that's the difference here of pulling the plug early versus pulling the plug late. You make this trade a month ago, maybe you don't lose against Detroit and Charlotte and Utah. Those are games you had to win, and you lost those. So now you have to win games that you have no business winning to right the wrongs, and then just kind of pray that those teams are going to take you lightly the way you take other teams lightly.
Season's on the line,
yeah. B. Awenson, thank you for sharing your knowledge. Rob, thanks so much for the super chat. Appreciate it. And Happy New Year. Thanks for being a part of this community. Anyways, man, any final thoughts on the game? Anything you want to see on this road trip? Floor is yours.
There's more effort and energy, like even Yaki, but offensively, he really brought the energy. There's more rim pressure from IQ. And one thought I had, I have a thought and a quick question. One thought I had was, I watched the Knicks game, bro. OG looks so good. It felt nice to see him out there. Because
I'm hearing a lot of people say he looked so good, right? Now, I'm curious, what did you see in OG that looked so good to you? The defense?
Well, not only the defense, he was on Ant's ass. And if you look at the first quarter, I think Ant had like 8, but he had to switch off OG. Like, he had to go attack Randall and get Josh Hart on him. Like, OG was chasing him so well. And then he was guarding Cat. He was locking Cat up. I think some of the fouls on him were just bad calls, maybe 2 or 3 of them. But
Yeah.
he was chasing it. And not only was he had like 2 connective assists where he got the ball, and the commentators, they made a comment, they said OG was looking to pass, and when he didn't, he put his head down and he drove, and then he found a few lanes. Nice passing. And then 3, he wasn't just in a corner spacing the floor, he was also cutting, and Brunson found him so well. And DiVincenzo a little bit too. Like he evolved as a cutter. He was so nice at it.
Here's the thing. Do you remember him facing off against Karl-Anthony Towns against when the Raptors took on the Minnesota Timberwolves?
First game of the season?
Yep.
I remember Scottie guarding Cat a lot.
Okay, yeah, Scottie guarded Cat, but like, do you remember him? Do you remember OG on Anthony Edwards?
No. What was low effort?
No.
Oh.
He shut him down.
No. I don't remember much.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna pull up Anthony Edwards' game log because I have a feeling it's gonna be hilarious because he's gonna have like amazing stats everywhere, and then he's suddenly gonna have like a terrible 2 games, and both games are gonna be against OG Anunoby. Hang on a second, I'm pull it up.
You're like 21, I think, or 19, 18.
So first of all, he had 35 tonight in a loss. He shot 52% from the field and 44% from 3. So he literally had one of the most efficient games of the season.
A lot of it wasn't on OG.
Fair enough. Against Toronto, he had 26 points on 8 for 27.
Yeesh.
So that was his first matchup against OG, in which I think OG frigging cremated him. Like he made 26 points on 27 shots. Like that's insanely terrible efficiency. So you compare that game to this game, and it really does put into perspective what it is to have defenders around defenders. Right. Scottie was doing a great job. Like Scottie's so much better than Julius Randle, right?
Oh, yeah.
So
Randle sucks.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Like OG is there, and he's gonna do. Bozy saying Ant went off when OG was sitting. Hell yes, but that's the thing.
That was when Josh
right?
Hart came in.
Fair enough. Josh Hart's not a bad defender. Fair enough.
No, he's good, but he's not OG Anunoby.
He's not OG Anunoby, right? Yeah, I think this one-on-one stuff's a little bit like we see what we want to see. Like, I mean, I think most of us, when we were looking for OG versus like OG's New York Knicks debut, we were looking for how good his offense was going to be and how good his defense was going to be. And I think his defense looked good, and his offense looked good, and then they won. So it kind of confirms like what we were expecting to see, which is we got to see the guy get do his job. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if OG wins Defensive Player of the Year with all the defense, with all the hype that exists in the New York media market and everything. That market can do a lot for a player, and I think he knew that going in. Like if you're big there, you're big. You're just big. If let me think of a player that's doing a great job somewhere.
Sexton. He's been doing good, somewhat.
I mean, on a winning team, but maybe in a small market.
Cam Reddish. Oh wait, no, that's not small.
That's a huge market. That's like the big market.
You said winning team.
Like Devin Vassell. If Devin Vassell was a New York Knick, Devin Vassell would be a household name. Keldon Johnson would be a household name if he was a New York Knick, right? Because when I say RJ Barrett to an average NBA fan, everyone knows what I'm talking about. Everyone knows his face. Everyone knows his jersey number. Everyone knows his game, because it's in the Mecca. It's in the Garden. And I mean, like the Knicks are a pretty good team, so they watch them in the playoffs. It's a weird thing. So being in that being in that media market is a very, very important thing for a guy who's looking to take the next step, in his career in terms of financial value, in terms of sponsorships, in terms of all that stuff. So yeah.
As a New Yorker, I can when they love you, bro, they love you. When Knicks fans love you, they love you. They adore you. And I think they'll get over the trade pretty quick, as much as they love IQ.
Sure. Yeah. I think they might, unless IQ goes off and starts averaging 26 points per game. And
a lot of them have expected that him and Brunson couldn't really coexist under Tibbs.
That's fair too. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Before I log off, quick question. People
Yep.
in the comments were talking about IQ gave a kid a high five. What quarter was that in? I didn't see it.
I want to say that was in the first quarter, or maximum it was in the second quarter. And honestly, I didn't see it was a kid at first, and I got so mad because he's like, it's a moment, right? Like it's a moment. Like is I think it was like an and one, and it's just like giving a dap, you know. And then he goes to this third person to give a dap, and I don't see the person give him a dap back. And I was like, yo, it better not be one of these pretentious ass suits who's just too cool to give someone a high five. If you fuck this moment up for this guy, I will ban you from this arena for life. And then I'm like getting so angry. And then they show the replay, and it's this little kid who's just so excited. You know, he's like, oh my God. And he's like shaking his legs. He can't believe it. And it's like he's sitting courtside. This player came up to him and he's like, I think he had a Kyle Lowry jersey on. I'm pretty sure he had a Kyle Lowry. Oh, saying third? My bad. It was third.
Was it
okay, third quarter. So everyone's saying third. It's third. My bad. So someone saying second. I said first. It's probably not the first. It might be the second or third. Anyways, I'm sure it's all over. I'm sure it's all over because that kid, you know, his reaction was pretty priceless. And I was so mad initially. And then I realized it was a little kid, and I felt so stupid. I just felt so stupid for myself.
You're on edge. You want him to embrace.
I was on edge, man. I'm like, you don't ruin this. You don't ruin this.
The thing is, in the press conference, he does look like he looks a lot happier, and he did look in the IQ in the earlier conference, and he was talking about him speaking with Yak bonding a little bit with him, and
press conference.
Yeah,
press conference. The post game.
The post game, whatever it is.
Where is the post game? It's already posted.
I don't know. I watched it on the stream I was watching.
Damn it. Okay.
But I gotta find it. That reminds me. Yeah, there's this one little moment in the press conference where Darko, they ask him about Grady, and he's talking about Grady's working out, conditioning, and he does that thing where you were talking about where he shakes his head while he's talking about it. And when you put the press conference up, I just keep it in mind. I want to hear your thoughts about it.
Right.
All right, man. Peace.
Wait, say that again.
You know that thing you're talking about where Siakam and Heurter shake their head when they want to say something?
Shake their head? Yeah. Okay.
You're saying when you're being honest, you shouldn't be shaking your head. No.
Yeah, like when you're saying yes, you shouldn't be saying no. Yes.
Yeah, Darko had it looked like it when they asked him about Grady, and he was like, Grady's conditioning, we have him do a workout, and it looked like he was shaking his head no as he was saying it.
Crazy. Okay, well, I have Darko's interview. I don't have Immanuel Quickley's interview, so I'm gonna find it.
Second to last one. IQ's was the second to last one.
Okay, I'm gonna pull this up, and we are going to share it before the Toronto Raptors' own channel shares it, which is pretty cool. We honestly.
Where do you get from?
Let's see. Yeah, and I will scour the internet for other. I don't know. Okay. I got it. I got IQs and I got Pascal's as well. All right. So let's go to the post game lives. And after the post game lives, we're gonna get to Coach Mo. Coach Mo, please hang tight. We got 650 people in here. We want to make sure that we get the post games, and then of course, once we get the post games out of the way, you and I are gonna probably talk shit about somebody. I guess I don't know. Okay. Talk to you later, Ghostface. Thanks a lot for calling in, man.
Of course.
See ya. TR Mike, how many likes are there now? I only see 7. It's because you've been here the whole time. If you refresh, I'm pretty sure there's only 7. If there's only 7 likes on this stream, I'm canceling the stream, yo. That would be insulting, and that would be sad. That would make me cry. Okay. Okay. So let's go to Darko Rajakovic.
Darko, what did you like about the way the pace the guys played with, especially that new first unit that started with 41 points?
Yeah, first quarter was really good scoring for us. I thought that the game tonight was a really fun game, fun for fans, for everybody participating in the game. Both teams, they had stretches of playing really good offensively. That first unit there, the pace was good, the ball movement was good. I thought as the game was progressing, we had moments when the ball became a little bit stagnant. I'm not a fan of our 25 assists in a game and having 16 in the first half. I think we got to do a better job in that department of just moving the ball and finding each other, finding teammates. But I like the pace, and it was well fought game for us today.
You mentioned talking before the game about the benefit of quickly shooting, and there's a few moments in the first quarter, first half, where you could see that got him for screens up top, and I think he found Yak on a pick and roll for a dunk, and just seems to create a little more room.
Yeah, I think he was pretty timid tonight. It's a new team. Obviously, emotions are running, and he really tried to run the team and set up teammates, and to just to find he will have to find a good balance between it, staying aggressive and scoring, but at the same time making the right decisions. There were 2 pick and rolls that he ran with Scottie. Scottie was wide open on the roll. He needs to complete those passes, and that's going to be great teaching opportunity for us in video and in workouts to find a chemistry between the two.
You mentioned before the game that the rotation is going to be a work in progress for a little while. You 7 guys primarily, with Chris's 11 minutes as the 8th guy. Do you have a target in terms of how many guys you want to be using, or is it sort of going to be a game to game?
It's going to be game to game. We're going to try really to develop the chemistry and between the players, and really try to get. Mind on, is it going to be 8, 9, or 10? And I want guys to be ready, and I think it's going to be from night to night. And I think we played 9 guys tonight. Ted came in there and is going to help. We're going to have more moments where guys going to come in and play for 3, 4, 5 minutes, and they might be playing off the bench, playing 20 plus minutes.
That looked like a happy night. A lot of high fives, a lot of encouragement. I saw a couple times guys fell and all 4 guys rushed over and picked them up. Did it really feel like everyone was together on the same page? That fresh energy that you mentioned before?
I think we played good basketball. I think that guys were enjoying playing good brand of basketball and just cheering for each other. I think you could see the emotions. I don't know, because maybe New Year's after New Year's it was a lot of crowd to start the game. We really liked the applause for our RJ Barrett Canadian coming back. I see that Canadians are really excited about it. So all of that together brought a lot of energy and juice to the Scotiabank, and it was fun night.
And similarly, was that the loudest you've heard Scotiabank?
No, I was coming here with my teams in the past, and those arenas were rocking back. So we want to get to that.
Yeah, follow up. Was that the loudest you've heard it since becoming the head coach?
I believe so. Yes.
We're not probably get a chance to talk to you tomorrow, but speaking of your former teams, you're going back to see one on Wednesday. What are your thoughts on that, and what did you learn about yourself in your time in Memphis?
Well, I was really blessed with the opportunity to coach in Memphis. I have a ton of respect for Zach Kleiman, their GM, and head coach Taylor Jenkins. We spent 3 years, me and my family over there, and I learned a ton. I learned a ton from Taylor and from whole organization. It's a very young organization, and I was really blessed with the opportunity to coach some of the young and up and coming stars in this league, and to in a small percentage to influence their careers. But it was a great time over there. Got a lot of respect for them.
Now you have a chance to coach a relatively young team here. You can take lessons you learned with that group in Memphis and apply it to
I'm
Scotties
trying.
and that kind of thing?
I'm trying. I mean, for me, basketball never stops. I'm always learning. I'm learning this group. I'm learning every single day what we can do better. And I'm open. I'm not stuck in my ways. I want to listen to my coaches, to my players, to get their input. This is not about me. This is about all of us together, preparing the team to be the best possible team on the court.
You guys leaned on Yak some more tonight. Is part of that the addition of Quickley and RJ? Do you see that helping his game?
Obviously, after one game, you know, all things that we're talking about, like in theory and like hypothetical, we'll have to see. I think that those guys are good players, and I think they're gonna unlock some of the things of Yak's game there as well. But you know, I'm gonna be very open how I'm gonna be using Yak as well. Some nights he might play 3 stints and play some with the second unit. Some nights he's gonna play longer stints there. You know, I'm gonna try to read the game the best possible way and just to find the best matchups and the best combinations on offensive end as well.
You guys ran a lot of 3-guard lineups tonight with Schroeder, Gary, and IQ. I'm just wondering, like, the versatility of being able to throw out a lineup with that much ball handling. How does that help you guys, especially with the second unit?
I mean, in this league, you cannot have enough of shooting and ball handling and skill. Like the way league is changing, it's more and more skill. Like so, it's definitely a huge plus. And having those guys out there playing together, I think it's good for us. Emmanuel had 4 fouls that he picked up early, so we had to. We were also discussing should we start the second half with him or not, but he needs to learn how to play in those situations. So we decided to give him a couple of minutes there, and then got him out so he can play, you know, more freely later in the game.
RJ had some nice moments in transition. That's kind of the strength of his. Was that something you talked about with him, just kind of getting him grab-and-go opportunities?
Absolutely. I mean, you know our style of play, and we want to be, you know, in transition and to score a lot. I think he can do a really good job with that. I thought that he had a couple of really good decisions. I told him as well that that offensive foul that he picked up, that was a great opportunity for him to do Euro step. He's using his spin move really well. So I think, you know, he needs to unlock that, and then you know, just like he came to me and like, Coach, what can I do better? Just have fun out there, have him play basketball, be yourself, and we'll be fine.
In terms of Grady, you guys haven't used him here in a while. How are you weighing sort of the decisions to keep him up here, send him to 905 to get some more run? How are you thinking through that process?
Well, Grady, last 2 weeks, he's on a special program, like with his weights, with conditioning, with basketball court. He's been doing a lot of work. He's been spending a lot of time on the court. We decided that this is a good moment for him to really focus on his body, and we made a really good plan for him. When he goes on next assignment with 905, it's going to be opportunity for him that everything that he worked on last 2 weeks, kind of like to put it in a game setup and play. I think that's very healthy for him, and definitely he's going to be back with us, and he's going to be in rotation and playing. He's the future of this organization, but he needs to check a couple of points before we really unleash him on the court. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, so to everyone who is saying, oh my God, Grady is out of the rotation for the year, Grady's done for the year, this makes sense. Why do we go there, right? Also with the like, I have a lot of thoughts about this. Let's get to the next one. I've pulled up Pascal's, RJ's, and Immanuel Quickley's. They're all very quick. Chat, let me know. Who do you want to see first? Oh, first of all, thank you so much, Leanne, for the super chat there. Really appreciate it so much. Who do you guys want to go to first? You want to go to Pascal? I'm literally going to just pick blindly. You let me know who you want to go to, and we're going to go to them. But I'll tell you right now with this Grady thing. Okay, I'm seeing Hoodie Mellow say RJ. We go to RJ. Okay, let's go to RJ. Here we go. RJ Barrett, let's go.
I mean, he's back in the league, and you know he's playing. And look, I mean, you know, he's always been able to be a high energy guy, getting a lot of rebounds every time he's out there. You got to send 2-3 people at him to keep him off the boards. So, you know, I'm happy for him and to see him playing well.
What did he mean to you growing up, kind of seeing him before the route they took? What did they mean to you?
Yeah, him and Corey were like, you know, those were the first guys. Those are guys that, you know, growing up, him and Wiggs too, just they made, you know, my generation believe, you know, that we can make it to the league. We grew up, we're like, man, we're gonna be there just like them, you know. So Double T's been that guy for a while.
It's talking Tristan Thompson.
2 different teams, but do you think there will be any benefit?
Just a heads up, expect a lot of Canada questions. I expect it. It's fine. I get it. I hope it probably goes away after a little while. Canadian pride is Canadian pride. I'm way more interested in RJ Barrett as a player than I am interested in him as a Canadian ambassador. Just want to put that out there.
It's to being in Canada leading up to Paris now.
Yeah, that'll be cool. You know, you spend some extra time at home. It's not bad at all.
You know, you've had a long career internationally and in the NBA, so, you know, a regular season game is not going to be at the very top of the list. But where did this rank for you in terms of, you know, such a successful World Cup game?
Yeah, this was special, man. This was special. Way better than any other time I've ever played here. So, yeah, no, this was a special one, and I'm always appreciate this night.
Alors, j'ai une question en français. D'abord, bonne année et bien bon retour à Toronto. Est-ce que tu peux me dire juste en français comment tu t'es senti pour ce premier match à la maison?
Ouais, j'étais vraiment excité. J'adore jouer au basket et jouer au basket en Canada, mais c'est tellement excité.
I'm very excited. I love basketball. I love Basketball Canada.
Like I said, part of the job. Come in. We gotta be ready. Obviously, like for us, like all these games are important. We gotta find ways to get wins. So yeah, I mean, I think again, like those guys, you know, they're on the side of the play. They've been in good situations in teams that played meaningful basketball, so they know, you know, what it means. And you know, they came in, they did well. So I think for me, and I think the rest of the team is just continue to stay focused and obviously like find a way to get wins.
Did you do anything in your game to accommodate them, or was it more just finding?
I think again understanding what they do best. You know, like obviously, Quickley was Immanuel was in foul trouble out there, but I think, you know, just understanding, you know, his speed and trying to find ways to get him downhill. Obviously his shooting ability, and RJ, you know, in transition, you know, like he's out there with the best of them, you know, like being able to give him space. And I think also the more he plays with us, the more you understand, you know, the reads that he can make also from drawing the defense and all those different things. So I think, yeah, there's some adjustments to be made, but again, you know, we're basketball players at the end of the day.
Did you feel like there was a bit of a different energy up there tonight?
I mean, I think, I don't know. I think for us, it was just like, again.
Yes, there was. I don't know why he has to sidestep this, but yes, there was. It was clear.
These games are important. We got to win. We got to find a way to win. After that game in Detroit, you know, we definitely have to bounce back, and I think everyone understood that. And I think moving forward, you know, that's the type of focus and energy we need to have.
Is there almost a benefit in a situation like this, one that you just referenced, like needing to get these wins, but then also just like getting to know new guys to go out on the road and have a trip at this point of the season?
I don't know. I think it's, we'll see. It's important. Obviously, we know that on the road is probably the best time to get to know each other. You know, get to hang out. You know, I think we have team dinners and things like that. That's going to happen. So I think the more, you know, we get familiar with each other, and being in tough environments on the road, it brings people together for sure.
We spent a lot of time over the past couple of years talking about joy, probably more than we needed to. Did this feel like a really joyous night?
I mean, we got to win, so I guess.
Does your shot feel any different at all, like when it's really going in versus when it's not? Or is it all the same form?
It's basketball. At the end of the day, for me, like that's always been that. I trust the work that I put in, and I really don't think about it. And obviously, I know my strength, and I try to do that to the highest of my ability, and then again continue to work on things that I work on. And again, sometimes it's gonna go in, sometimes it's not, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, but I mean, and that particularly 3-point shooting, we were talking about it a fair bit when you're struggling in the last 3 weeks or so. It's been quite good. Did you make an adjustment? Did you kind of?
I don't look at that. Like you guys look at that. I don't look at it. Like I just play. I hoop. Like that's what I do.
How is it possible that you don't look at your own 3-point shooting? There's such a weirdness to how he answers questions. I'm not trying to harp on it. He played really well tonight. I think he played a really good offensive game. I really liked his defense in the second half. There's really no need to be so, like, this is such a straightforward question. I know media questions can be so annoying sometimes. Like, some of these questions are really stupid. But you shot 5 for 8 from 3 when you shooting 20% from 3. I think it's a fair question to ask if you did something different. I mean, shit. Come on, man.
And that's part of hooping. You know, you make shots, you miss shots. Like, so to me, like, I don't overthink things. I just go out there, play the game. And what makes me feel that way is because I know what I put into what I do. So, I'm always confident in that. And again, there's going to be games I'm not going to make shots. There's going to be games I'm going to make shots. And I'm hoping that I make more shots. So, hey, it is what it is.
You played a bunch of minutes on a back-to-back the other night, played 40 tonight. Are you kind of comfortable with this? Like, this is in your
deja vu, right?
Okay, low key, that was really funny. Real funny from Pascal. He's like, deja vu, you know, see, like, you know, you all fired Nick Nurse, thought he was gonna, you know, and then boom, we're back to square one. Everybody needs to play me 40 minutes. All right, let's go to Immanuel Quickley. I expect the vibes to be great.
It was just be myself. They wanted me here for a reason, and I appreciate them for giving me this opportunity. Take full advantage of it. Day to day, continue to get better, continue to keep working. But that was what they told me, just be myself, and you know, that was pretty much it.
You guys are about to go out on the road for a while. Not ideal, especially for you and RJ, coming from a team that spent most of December on the road. But is there almost a benefit for a newish team getting to know each other to spend some time, kind of forced to get to know each other?
Yeah, a lot of time on the plane, a lot of time, you know, dinner and things like that on the road. So just trying to get to know these guys off the court as well as on the court, knowing where they want the ball, knowing all that type of stuff. I think the road benefits a lot from that, so it'll be good.
Outside of RJ, is there anybody on this team you have any history with? Or run into in high school? Or
play with Gary Trent, USA 17 under. Chris Boucher was in my agency last year. So a couple of guys played against Scottie a couple of times in AAU and things like that. So.
As a good friend of RJ's, what was it like to see him get that ovation and coming home, and then the clutch free throws as well?
It was cool. I know he was really excited. I know it was probably a lot of emotion for him as well. He probably had chills playing today. So it was good that he got to go out here and play in front. I'm sure a lot of his friends, a lot of his close friends and family. So that's my guy. So I'm just happy for him that he got to do that today.
The crowd was giving you a lot of love tonight as well. You wouldn't know, but this was the loudest it's been all year. What was the in-arena feeling for you?
It was a lot of love, man. Toronto fans, they're already special, I feel like. So just the way they've embraced us, obviously RJ being from here, but me not being from here, the way they embraced me, appreciate them for that. And the only way you can repay them is to work hard every day and get wins.
Emmanuel, you mentioned sort of developing chemistry with your teammates. I'm wondering, going on the road, not necessarily having a lot of time to practice, how do you work through the kinks of developing chemistry, especially in like pick and roll situations, you being the ball handler?
Yeah, the only way you can work through it is really reps, is really experiencing it. Me and Jakob were on the bench talking. He was like, "What do you like? What do you like?" And I'm like, "What do you like?" So just being able to experience it, being able to talk through it, and see, and just knowing where everybody wants the ball is something we have to continue to figure out.
It seemed like you were talking a lot to guys, clapping. I saw a couple guys fall. You ran over every time to pick them up. How important is that, you know, sort of in between plays moments of being a good teammate?
I think that's just part of who I am, how I was raised. Is being a great teammate, being a leader any way you can, and you know that's what having a team is about. You know, when your brother falls, picking them up, when they need encouragement, encouraging them. So that's something that I try to do.
You've been playing behind have Darko first game, throw you out there in the starting lineup.
It's great. Just the trust that he has in me. And I feel like I worked for it as far as, you know, myself. Put a lot of work into the summer and want to continue to keep getting better. Watch the film, learn from tonight, and try to get better for the next game.
Thank you.
Dan Sweet, very articulate, the new Fred. Let me tell you something. If I was a billionaire, I would have paid $50 million of my own net worth for Fred VanVleet to leave last year. If I was a billionaire, I would pay $50 million of my own net worth right now to keep this guy in Toronto forever. Love him, love his energy, love his game. I don't think he had the game that he wanted to have tonight, but man, he was impactful when things were going right for the Raptors. Oh my God, when things were going right for him, we were on pace for like 180. When things were not going right for him, we were on pace for like 80. So, man, with him on the bench, shit really fell apart real fast. I can't even tell you, like I pulled myself off the screen because I was like, yo, people are gonna like meme me for just smiling so hard while he was talking. Everything he's saying. I'm not like some psychologist or anything like that. I've been around the block a few times. You know, I'm 36 years old. Been around a lot of people in my life. Been around good people, bad people. I've been around a lot of bad people who turned out to be good people, and a lot of good people who turned out to be bad people. Tried to learn how to read people as well as I can because I think it's a very underrated skill. I'll share something on this live. I've got 661 people, and I'm kind of curious. Maybe it'll burn me badly to share something so personal, but I feel like it's something worth learning from because it's really what this community is about. It's about learning about basketball, about life. When I was 20 years old, my mom passed away, right? My grandmother also passed away. My grandfather also passed away. So I had a pretty sizable inheritance of some sort of properties. And it was supposed to come my way. And the thing was that I was in no condition after my mom passed away to go over to Europe to sign the papers myself. So I trusted a family member, a very close family member, who I will remain nameless. We're working through it even till to this day. And I trusted them to do this on my behalf and then to, send that money over, right? I haven't shared this with some of my friends. I can't believe I'm sharing this on the internet, but I just feel like it's something worth noting. And in that moment, I listened to the person and I didn't pick up on the bullshit. But when I went to the consulate to sign this power of attorney over to this person, the security guard, who didn't know me, didn't know the person, didn't know the situation, looked at the piece of paper and said, "Don't sign this." He'd been around the block. He was an older man. He was an OG. He understood life. He understood people. And I said, "No, that's my family. My family would never do that." Family did do that. Got messed up real bad about that. It was a really big betrayal. Really big betrayal. To anyone who's been betrayed, the way that I think some people have, I think most of us have been lied to or have been shaking a hand of somebody who's agreeing to do something and then they don't do it. I've had to really, really hone in on learning to read people because it's life or death for me, man. It really screwed up my life for a while there. And I think I've gotten better at it. I'm not perfect at it. But when I listen to Immanuel Quickley, I know that he's approaching things from a very beautiful place, a place of service. Service is very good. To be of service. Even the question that Jakob asked him, how do you want to do this? That's a very Jakob thing because Jakob is another guy with very clean energy and a very good person. So he's like, how do you want me to set the screen? What do you want to do? He's like, what do you want to do? This is perfect. This is perfect. Now we can have an agreement. It's not one guy saying, well, I want it like this and I want it like that. And the other guy says, okay, you jump how high, right? It's two people coming together. I suspect, regardless of how this road trip goes in terms of wins or losses, that this team will exit that road trip much better. And regardless of, how sour I feel certain guys on this team have been and how down their energy has been, you have suddenly brought in two people that I feel have very good aura and energy to them in RJ and IQ. And also Jakob. And I think slowly, you're filtering out some of the negativity and the heaviness and the pressure, and you're slowly pushing in more of the lightness that you need to be relaxed in tough situations. All right. We're going to bring on Vince and Coach Mo together to close out the night. Thank you to everyone who's been with us. This should be a lively debate or discussion. Probably not a debate. It might be a debate. Coach Mo, Vince, how y'all doing?
You got the dream team, baby.
All right. Dream team. Who's MJ? Who's MJ? Who's Bird? And who's Magic? I take MJ. I'm the host.
Well, whoever has the worst back is Bird.
That would be me. That would be me for sure. Okay.
I got 9 years on you, baby. I'm not sure about the back situation.
Bro, I went to the gym today expecting like it would be the fullest gym I'd ever seen in my life. There ain't nobody there.
Oh
But I did my
These gyms are empty. This city, these gyms are empty.
Why? It's New Year's, bro. I thought everyone's New Year's resolution was to get into shape. Mine certainly was. I was like, yo, I need to get my muscles back. I need to get into great shape. I need to start running again. And I go to the gym and I'm like one of the only two people there. I was like, what? And then I do my first bench press in what feels like 4 months. Tough. Tough.
I only do incline.
Yes.
I only do incline bench press because I used to do flat for so much and push-ups flat. And then like I was never working my upper chest. So it looked like I had boobs. It looked like I was growing man boobs.
Oh shit.
You got to work up the upper chest, right?
Okay. I feel like you're Barkley now.
Okay.
You are officially the Barkley of our dream team. You got man boobs.
That's
you are
right.
officially Barkley of the dream team. Therefore, you are now my favorite member of the dream team. Angola, I don't know shit about Angola, but Angola's in trouble.
That Angola punch, though. Did he punch?
Bro, he put Angola on the map forever and ever. Okay, what you guys think of the game?
You want to go first, Mo?
Yeah, I'll go first. Jakob played a season high 37 minutes. I'm pretty sure that's a season high. Also, fun fact, last game he played 35 minutes against the Pistons. So since the trade, he's averaging 36 minutes a game. Funny, since he was barely cracking 20 the last handful of games, right?
Because Precious was outplaying him. Routinely outplaying him.
Yeah, but I mean, today he looked good. I mean, Quickley got him a dunk. I think Jakob only dunked once from like a Scottie pass all year. And the first game with Quickley, he gets a dunk.
I think that might be because he was checking Jared Allen. I think guys that are like a little similar to him allow him to be on the court a little bit more. But as soon as you get anyone with some speed and shooting ability, I feel like it renders him a little less useful.
Yeah, absolutely. Sheridan Forbes is the great thing here. Sheridan is honestly low-key one of my favorite community members, always with the positivity. Again, talking about Immanuel Quickley, Sheridan Forbes is the Immanuel Quickley of our community. If you're sitting down watching these lives, please exercise, people. Our healthcare system is not the best. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, for all the free healthcare stuff, please know that if you have a problem, you're fucked. Okay, so the wait list is long, my dude. So yeah, absolutely.
Recently, I needed to see a specialist for the first time in my life.
Yep.
Oh my god, you're waiting 3 months just to be seen. Just to be seen.
Oh yeah, I've talked to a few NBA players about this, like about free healthcare in Canada, and they hate it. They hate it so hard. They're like, nah, we got money. We're going to the States because we're not waiting like 2-3 months for this shit. Yeah, like I mean, as much as I appreciate free healthcare, like we need to make it a hell of a lot better.
Agreed.
Oh, by the way, with Precious, I was watching the Knicks game. It was hilarious because he got 2 quick hooks. He played 9 minutes. He played 2 stints, 9 minutes. He grabbed a rebound, and that dude was scared to push it. He refused to dribble the ball up the court. Like,
wow.
He took a couple of dribbles, picked up his dribble because he realized he wasn't a Toronto Raptor anymore, and then he looked to pass it. Like, just get this ball away from me. He was playing timid. Oh my goodness,
bro! I got a text from my boy who's he covers the Knicks, right? And he was saying to me, he's like, he was telling. I told him that Precious could be good for them, straight up. Like I wanted him to feel good about the trade too, and I do think that Precious could be good. And but I kept telling him, like, we fleeced. And then this morning we were talking, and he texted me. I think after that second Precious Achua stint, and he's like, "Y'all fleeced." No. So I mean, like because Malachi's not going to play. Like regardless of what Eric Flynn thinks and all the history of guards like Malachi doing well under Tibbs, I don't think Malachi's playing for them.
Malachi's done. He's never touching an NBA court ever again. This was the worst thing to ever happen to Malachi Flynn.
Ni hao, man.
We were the only team that would put him on the court. It's over for Malachi, 100%. Over.
I don't know about 100%, but very unlikely. I mean, he'll probably get like a crack, but we'll see. Because he's
Summer League, sure.
Come on.
What do you mean? Come on. Who's he going? Where's he going? Why?
Summer League.
I'm
Okay.
gonna give you the Darko line. Who, what, where, why?
Facts. It's probably true. Probably true. What did you think? Okay, like so am I getting that people are overwhelmingly up on Jakob Poeltl's game today? Because I thought he gave up a lot defensively, regardless of the 3 blocks.
I wasn't particularly impressed with what he did tonight. Like I think they needed to have him out there because there was just like no other center. Like they would have been annihilated on the boards if they left Jared Allen to roam free. But he's just he's lost something from last year. I can't pinpoint exactly what it was, but he was playing much better last year. Oh, maybe it's because he lost Fred, and that's
well, you know,
all
I was looking at the first quarter and I just freeze framed it, and certainly I'll pull that up while we're talking. But did you see the spacing tonight? Juicy.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't great always. There were guys getting each other's way. There was a couple plays with, I think there was like a really confusing play with.
Oh yeah,
especially you remember that one?
top right hand corner. Yeah.
Trenton Barnes.
Yeah.
Oh God. It was like, I'll go left. No, you go left. No, you go right. No, I'll go right. No, we're gonna both end up like they were mirroring each other, and it was just like, what the fuck are these guys doing right now?
Yeah, that was funny.
These are kinks that need to be worked out. But I appreciate what both Darko and Immanuel Quickley said. Also, I believe Pascal alluded to it as well. That on the road, guys are forced to connect. Road trips can be make or break, right? A lot of things happen on the road in the NBA. I don't need to necessarily specify what all happens on the road. A lot of stuff happens on the road. All these guys have their favorite hotels. All these hotels have women. There are certain NBA players that have a go-to list of top 10 women in every single city. So there's a lot of bad stuff that happens on the road too. A lot of stuff that can get guys in trouble. But there's a lot of good stuff that can happen on the road as well. Dinners, as they mentioned, you eat out together. You're in hotels. You eat breakfast together. Whereas if you're at home, everyone's comfortable, everyone's at home, you know what I mean? So on the road is an opportunity for a good connective team to connect. And if you're dysfunctional, then it's a great place to be absolutely dysfunctional. So I think this will be a good thing. It'll be a great test for this team. Hopefully the front office can gather some intel over the next couple of weeks about what this looks like. Is there a chance that they keep Pascal?
I don't.
Just extend him?
I think it's possible.
It has to be. Aren't we past the extension deadline? When is the extension deadline?
Well, allegedly, he does not want to extend with another team. This is allegedly. He doesn't want to extend with another team. He doesn't want to do the 2-year extension because that would be a disservice to himself, and he knows that he's going to get the bag. And at this point, you better believe that he realizes his numbers need to turn around if he's going to chase a max. So he's gonna push for it. And if you keep him on your team, he's probably going to push for it with you. And then he's going to hit free agency, unrestricted free agency, and he's going to seek a max contract. And if you're the one that's going to give him a max contract, then maybe. But some other team out there will probably give him a max contract now that OG is going to be off the market. OG was his only real rival. OG, Harden, who else? IQ is a free agent, but he's a restricted free agent. Who is the top line unrestricted free agent for next year's draft class?
No one.
Yeah,
exactly. So some team out there is going to find money. And, I've talked to a lot of people that think Pascal could be a solution in Golden State, a solution for Indiana, a solution for a lot of teams. Detroit may see him as a solution for Detroit, right? So I know. So at the end of the day, if he's not willing to sign an extension and he is guaranteed hitting unrestricted free agency and he is making it known that he's going to do that, well, you are absolutely, you're hitting a very rental price for a trade package, which could be very disastrous for the Raptors.
But don't they? Okay, so if we do trade him, doesn't the team that trades for him still have bird rights and therefore can offer him more money or more years?
They can offer him more years. Yes.
Right.
They'll be able to offer him one more year.
They're not giving him 5, though. They're not
you want Pascal Siakam for 5 years at a max contract?
He's not getting 5. He's getting 4.
because that becomes an almost unmovable contract if he comes out and stinks it up next year. It's
Sure.
unmovable. If you think RJ Barrett was a negative contract, he's a 23-year-old guy, with athletic upside and whatever. If Pascal Siakam comes out next year the way he came out this year, like to start, like Pascal's been way better lately, like much better. He's turning around for sure, and he's been better for sure.
It may turn out. It may turn out that the best course of action is to try to just sign him, like hope to God that he takes less than a max, and he takes a contract. Like if he can take, would he accept a Jerami Grant type money,
No,
35 mil a year?
No, he won't.
No, because he's better than Jerami Grant, and he knows that, and I know that, and everyone knows that.
Yeah, is he though?
Yes.
If Jerami Grant is on this team instead of Pascal, are they markedly worse?
We probably lose today.
We might. Honestly, they're not that far apart as defenders right now. They used to be, because Pascal used to be better, but right now, not really. As a shooter, Jerami Grant's better. But
so
yeah,
you have more space on the court. You have a more accurate 3-point shooter. Jerami Grant can get to the rim a little bit. He's not the same. He can't finish the same way Pascal can. And he doesn't have as crafty a handle as Pascal. But if you put so you take the ball out of his hands a little bit, you put it more into IQ and Scottie's hands. That's you might make up the difference right there. Now I think IQ is going to need some time. I think they'll need some time to sort of develop their chemistry. I was left wanting a little bit more IQ and Scottie pick and roll, just to see what that could yield, but I don't know. I didn't see very much of it tonight. Did you guys catch any of that?
Early, it was good. I agree with Rob where he said once he got into foul trouble, things changed for him. But
true.
I think he was a bit timid, like Darko said. He was a bit timid. I think they need to put him in better positions to succeed. Like it just seemed like people were getting in each other's way, and he didn't want to be overly dominant. But one thing that I found interesting was though, so Darko has guys he trusts that he's going to close with. So Barnes and Siakam are obviously two of them. OG used to be one, but he's gone.
Right.
He seems to be one already. Obviously Dennis is one of them. Barrett kept going to the bench, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I know that was happening in New York. So right off the top, I can already see Jakob and Barrett being quasi closers, and the guaranteed closers right now seem to be Siakam, Scottie, Quickley, and Heurter. So it seems like we're going to be closing with this 2-point guard lineup.
Right.
Well, Heurter was on for some crunch time, but RJ closed the game instead of him, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't that right?
No. Heurter actually closed the game for RJ.
Yeah, he did.
Really?
Heurter went to the bench
and then 2 minutes in, he came in.
Yeah, he came back in.
What reason though to decrease the pressure on the ball? Like you don't trust Immanuel Quickley and Scottie Barnes to bring the ball to court?
I know.
Oh, okay, but
even his logic won't hold up for bringing him back in. Like his reason.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at this graphic for a sec. Like I mean, you were talking about Jerami Grant versus Pascal Siakam. So yeah, the 3-point shooting is very firmly in Jerami Grant's corner. Shooting in general is in Jerami Grant's corner, but in terms of 2-point shooting, like it's not even close, right? Effective field goal percentage, believe it or not, Pascal Siakam's having a hell of an effective, efficient season. And after this game, this goes up by a lot. Impact metrics massively in Siakam's favor. So if Jerami Grant was worth $30 million, you cannot, or $27 million, whatever the hell he signed for 5 years.
35.
No.
Yeah, $35 million a year, I think, for Jerami Grant. I'm pretty sure I saw that.
He signed 160 for 5. That's not $35 million a year.
What is that? 30?
Yeah.
Yeah, 30.
It's like low 30s, I believe. But
maybe it's 32 a year.
So Chad is saying Barrett had 5 fouls, and they're correct. That's why
160 for 50-year player option. The side special. Okay. Let me take a look at the contract for Jerami Grant.
Definitely the bet against yourself special.
27, 29, 32, 35, 36. I think that would be disingenuous to call it 35 million. That's an annual average closer to 31 million.
No, it's 32 a year. I was off by $3 million.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Fair enough.
So there you go. Pascal, you take 35, you get $3 million more per year. Because you're that much better than Jerami Grant, and let's roll. Let's see what we can build with that team, and then even thereafter.
I wish you were there when we were negotiating with Jakob. I wish you were there.
Yeah. I wish I was too. And then even if it doesn't work out this year, then next year teams don't have the ability to rely upon he's a rental, and so we're going to lowball you. He's still a productive player.
Yeah, but then they can rely on he's a 30-year-old on the decline, massive decline, and he's massively overpaid, and we don't want to pay 5 years to this guy because we don't want to hamper our cap flexibility.
At 35 a year for a cap that's going up, I think that's not so bad.
This is a smart thing. Front load a contract for Pascal. I agree.
Yeah.
You would front load it, and then when Scottie's extension kicks in, then it would make sense.
Yeah, that first year, balloon that first year.
Yeah.
We will pay you $80 million next year and $10 million for every year after that. If only that was even remotely legal, that would be awesome.
Can we do the Ohtani thing? where we give him pay him $2 million a year.
Give him stock options.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what the Knicks are doing with OG, man.
I know. I actually just found out about his whole connection to who is it? CAA Bartlestein? No, not Bartlestein. CAA. Leon Rose's son is OG's agent.
Yep.
Is that right? Fuck that, man. That should not exist. Sorry, he definitely pushed his way to NY. Like, definitely.
Hey, we got something in return. So
I guess that's true.
That's exactly it, right? So here's the thing. Like, when a player gets it in their mind that they're going somewhere, right? Then the other team really has no incentive, because one way or another, he was going to get there, right? It was going to be a signing trade. It was going to be like, whatever. What are you going to do, right? The Knicks had to create. Now, ironically, it was Sam Vecini who had to take, which I agree with the most, which is just, it tastes like vinegar coming out of my mouth saying that, but it's true. He said that OG Anunoby plus Jalen Brunson makes the New York Knicks a very attractive destination for a star.
Yes.
Now, and that's exactly it, right? You think about a guy like a Kevin Durant or a Donovan Mitchell or someone like that coming into that situation. Here's OG's going to do all the grunt work for you. Jalen Brunson's going to be your outlet. He's not selfish. He can get a little tunnel visiony, but he's not ball dominant necessarily. He's not super selfish. And it's the Mecca, and we're a good team now, and Immanuel Quickley was going to command a lot of money, and they're trying to suppress his value. In my opinion, I really believe that they tried to suppress his value this year by playing him fewer minutes, kind of undercutting him a little bit when he was getting it going, putting him in positions. I think everyone's offense kind of suffered there. So they wanted to get off the RJ contract. They wanted to avoid paying Immanuel Quickley, or, they might have lost him for nothing because everyone knew that they didn't want to pay him over 20. And there's a lot of teams out there that would probably look at him and say, I'll pay him 28.
Totally.
That's a pretty big bridge to cross.
Totally.
Right. So that's where I see it as like, okay, OG makes this competitive. And so, if OG is willing to take less to be in New York because he sees the endorsements or any backroom dealings or some sort of weird, deal, like, shit. How did Mark Cuban convince Dirk Nowitzki to take the money that he was taking late in his career? I would love to know. See, at some point, if you have this level of interwebness, right, the agreements between you can never become conspiratorial, right?
Right.
Like, if it requires trust for sure.
Yep.
Because at some point, if OG comes out and leaks if this is happening, allegedly, if he comes out and says this is what's happened, they're going to get penalized by the league, right? But everyone knows, everyone who's in the know would know that something of this sort is happening, because there have been contracts like this, right? And when it's egregious, the NBA does an investigation, like the Joe Smith contract. That was egregious, right? And the Minnesota Timberwolves lost Kevin Garnett's future with those draft picks that they were penalized for. But at some point, somebody has to leak. Somebody has to talk. And if nobody talks, and you hide it well enough, right? Like, if some person who's associated to CAA is going to invest in OG's team in the BBL, see what I mean? If you can hook up a sponsor for that team, if you can say that, 10 years from now, we're going to push $50 million of investment into this team that you own through sponsorships, etc.
Right.
Are you game to take this money, $50 million, down the line, to take $10 million less right now for 3 years in order to play in New York? Hell yes, we can do this for you. And OG is a very analytical and very intelligent person. So, if anyone's going to see the value of future value, it's going to be him. He's not one of those dumb jock athletes who's like, no, pay me my money now. I want all the money now. Guy. No, he's setting himself up for the next 25 to 30 years of his life. He's setting family, generation down. And I got that feeling from him right away, which is why I was so surprised when he took the deal that he took with the Raptors, right?
Right.
Initially, he was so underpaid. The second he signed that extension, I was like, what? Who the fuck?
At that point, though.
Irrelevant. Irrelevant. Players much worse than him have gotten much better contracts than him at that stage.
Better, but they've gotten better. I don't
Bro,
know.
he was a starting player on a very good team at that point. Like, he got that extension, if I'm not mistaken, the year before Tampa. He was a starting small forward. He started every game, by the way, that Kawhi missed. First of all,
what should his annual pay should have been?
25. 23 to 25 at minimum. He should have been.
I would 21 sounds more right.
It sounds right. It sounds right because he settled for 18, bro. But like, trust me, if they had gone to restricted free agency and other teams got wind of the fact that you weren't willing to go over 22, someone would have given him 25. It's a very valuable player. He was valuable then. His analytics haven't changed that much since that point. How much has he changed as a player in the last 4 years that you're saying like he's suddenly worth 40, but he was back then he was worth 20?
He signed it.
No, fair enough. The cap hasn't exploded that much.
I think the weaknesses that he still to this day shows in his game, mostly offensively,
the upside isn't there anymore too.
Were like they were.
He's making the same money that Gary Trent's making. Can we contextualize this? Gary fucking Trent. Now, I'm not trying to throw shade on Gary Trent.
Well,
how many Gary Trents would you have had to trade to get Immanuel Quickley and RJ Barrett? 100?
When Gary first signed it, a lot less. A lot less.
At least 4, bro. Like the value between these two.
Now you need 100.
Okay, now you need 100. Back then you needed 10 Gary Trents to get 1 OG Anunoby. Now you need 100. This is like a conversion of yen to dollars, or like pesos to dollars. Okay, like dollars to donuts, bro. Like, are we kidding here? If you put right now, okay, even back then, if you would put OG Anunoby on the open market as an unrestricted free agent, teams get to woo him however he wants. Gary Trent Jr., you go open market, unrestricted free agent. I bet you anything OG gets an offer north of 26, and Gary barely gets 15.
Yeah, no,
barely. So that's the difference. But they ended up signing for the same fucking money, and that to me is like, that was a great disservice to OG. And ironically, you get fucked because I felt the same way when DeJounte signed his extension, because at the end of the day, that him being so underpaid is what has created the situation. You could never extend him at his fair value. You pay him, you underpay him. It's the same situation the Spurs went through with DeJounte. They couldn't extend him, so they had to risk him going to unrestricted free agency. Instead of going through unrestricted free agency, they decided to trade him and make him Atlanta's problem. And now Atlanta dodges, a bullet because he signs an extension, or he decides to sign the money. But like, that's my point.
What did he take? 25 mil a year?
He took 30.
30 a year?
Like 120 over 4.
That's pretty good.
That's a great deal for the Hawks.
Yeah. Kingsley says, I've never seen a Knick get this kind of respect on day one. Almost no skepticism among the fan base. Says a lot. Are you talking about OG? I'm assuming you're talking about OG.
He's talking about OG.
Yeah.
I think
what's funny about OG was he had a typical game he has for us all the time, but they're like foaming at the mouth because they desperately needed a player of his type, and we've gotten so used to it. And I think you said, what did OG do today that he doesn't normally do? Like, what stood out? And for us Raptors fans, nothing in particular. Like, that's OG.
He got some open dunks. He chased around a guy. He hit some open threes. I mean, like, shit. Like, what do you want? You know,
so
it's
much
ironic.
better than RJ for them. So much better than RJ.
You know, one of his best games of all time was at Madison Square Garden when he put up 35. You remember Scottie coming on the bus being like, OG, 35 ball, you know? And that was last year. He set the groundwork for this a long time ago.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and that's what they remember. They remember the guy who put up 35 on them with pull-up, jumpers, and all that stuff. Look, he's a talented guy. He's a very talented guy. But hey, power to you. You got something that you needed next to RJ and Julius Randle. Congratulations. You're still losing to the Boston Celtics.
Oak Tree is saying LA wants Gary 100%.
Take him.
LA is really guard deprived. But the thing with Gary to me, it's like, I mean,
Gabe Vincent has been hot garbage for them, and as I suspected, I remember when we go back. If you go back to Gabe Vincent,
he's been playing. How could you be garbage? You're not even playing.
Yeah, he's been.
I mean, in the minutes in the minutes he's played.
Yeah,
he's been trash.
I still trade Schroeder for him just so Darko doesn't have that crutch.
I wouldn't. I think Gabe Vincent is even more frustrating than Dennis Schroeder to me.
I just needed to break that relationship up. I just need it done.
Damn it. I hate that Schroeder did this thing that he did in the third quarter, fourth quarter, because honestly, I was really coming around on him this game. I liked him in the first half, man. I really did. He was quick. He was getting off the ball. He wasn't even dribbling the ball up the basketball court. I was like, what? This is great. And then he ends up with 30 minutes. How the fuck does he end up with 30 minutes, bro?
By the way, before anybody says, well, Barrett had 5 fouls. He quickly was in foul trouble early. Listen, bro. Darko will find a way for this guy to get 30 minutes. It's just going to happen.
Bro, Darko would play Dennis Schroeder if he had 8 fouls. But Darko would find a way to sneak Dennis on the court if he had 8 fouls and then just suffer the technical.
Yeah. Darko will make the games 50 minutes long.
I'm just kidding.
To get his guy to 30.
I'm obviously kidding. And I don't want to be a part of this necessarily like conspiratorial, like Darko loves Dennis so much that he'll play him over anybody, whatever. I think Darko is a smart guy. He knows that IQ, RJ, Scottie, this is the future of this team. He knows that Grady's the future of this team. I think a lot of people feel like Darko. Okay, here's the thing. Subconscious biases are a big thing. I think people have a subconscious bias towards people who are foreign in this country. Do either of you agree with that, or is that just a me thing?
If we were winning, would we have this issue?
Probably not.
Like leaning on Dennis as heavily as he has, where has that gotten us?
Fair enough. But I don't necessarily.
That's what we're saying. Like, it's like we can lose in another way. We don't need to keep losing with him. Maybe we can win without him. That's why everyone, and I think you agree with this, we want to see Dennis miss a game, not because we want him to get hurt or anything. We just need to see what happens. Like, will the sky fall?
I don't think the sky would fall. I think you'll play players who maybe aren't ready to play yet. And here's the thing. I've always said that the season is a long time. I've been fighting with people all season about this Grady stuff, right? Grady's a bust, Grady's this, Grady's that. When I watch Grady Dick play, I'm seeing a guy who is not an NBA athlete right now, but who has every tool to become one. He's balanced, right? He's on balance. When I see him walk and run, it feels fluid. It feels fine. It's not hitchy. It's not rigid. There's nothing wrong with his movement patterns. This is very important to me. When I see him make decisions on the basketball court, they're great decisions. They're sometimes a step slow, right? When I'm seeing him defend, I'm seeing him try. He tries really hard. It's not like he's a lazy guy. He's outmatched right now, right? This happens to rookies once in a while. We're fucking spoiled, man. We got OG Anunoby and Scottie Barnes and Norman Powell and Fred VanVleet. Guess what? Freak of nature, upperclassman. Okay? Like, this is a guy who's 19, 20 years old, who's physically, 19 or 20 years old, as opposed to Scottie Barnes, who was 19 years old when he came into the NBA, but was physically probably closer to a 26-year-old, right? And when that happens, I think I am very excited and happy by what Darko said today about having this longer term plan for him, having this very specific weight program for him. I don't see Grady sulking on the bench.
No.
At all. He seems perfectly fine. I don't see Christian Koloko sulking on the bench. Both of these guys are getting better without playing. And I don't think people really realize that because they don't see it. And I want to say that to the people who are like, number one, obviously the OG stuff, right? The New York fans going crazy about OG. He's the best thing we've ever had. Oh my God, best trade we've ever made. They've been watching RJ Barrett struggle on defense for a very long time now. Okay. I listen to Jason Timp's podcast. I don't know, some of you listen to Jason Timp. I have had a lot of respect for Jason, but one of the things he said was RJ's a great defender. RJ's not a great defender. If
No
he get there
way.
if he gets there one
he got blown the hell by today a few times.
Many times. And he's just not laterally very quick. He's a
stocky wing player.
He has that like long leg, hips, back kind of package. Like it's not twitchy, it's not fluid. No, it is fluid. Is
that the cheap package on 2K? Is that the cheap package on 2K?
The cheek package?
Cheap. When you're grading on 2K? It's like,
I don't know anything about 2K packages because I never bought VC in my life. But I was too cheap. I'm like, I'm not going for this. What? VC to play the game that I already paid to play? Fuck you people, man. No.
It made it sound like RJ was the player they give you with like the brown t-shirt and the gray sweats.
That's funny. On Andre in the 416 saying it's his feet. I don't know if it's his feet. I don't know if it's his legs. I think it's probably his hips, to be honest. I think he's very tight, and maybe they can fix that. Clearly, they understand. Okay, look, they went into this entire season hiring this staff, knowing they were inexperienced, but experienced in one area can mean inexperienced in another. Maybe in-game adjustments, inexperienced. Setting up a playoff defense, inexperienced. Rotations, lineups, inexperienced. Okay, fine. But in terms of developing culture, developing players, helping those players develop their skills, elite. All of these guys, elite. They come with incredible pedigree, incredible knowledge, incredible experience in this. So just because they're inexperienced in one area of coaching does not mean they are inexperienced in all areas of coaching. They are NBA head coaches, my God, and assistant head coaches and lead assistants. They assembled the staff for a reason because they need guys like Grady, RJ, Immanuel Quickley, Scottie Barnes, previously OG Anunoby to develop. And you know what? To their credit, I have seen development. I saw development in Precious Achiuwa's playmaking this year that I hadn't seen under Nick Nurse. I saw development in Malachi's pick and roll ball handling this year that I hadn't seen under Nick Nurse. I saw him play loose and happy.
Won't see it in New York.
We won't see it in New York because Tibbs, can't. Won't, whatever.
Tibbs don't play that. He don't play that.
We saw massive differences in OG's finishing ability this year. Just overall, we're seeing difference in Pascal's shot diet and his efficiency. So we're seeing minor development. To bring it back to something on 2K. One of the things I used to do when I did play 2K, 2K18, 2K17, 2K19, I think the last 2K that I really, really played the fuck out of was 2K19. So I would always go into my GM mode and I would go crazy into development. I'm development obsessed. My dream is to draft 5 guys and they all end up 99 overall. That's my dream. So you know what I do? I rest my guys 20. I play my starters 22 minutes a game. I'm not kidding. I play them 22 minutes a game, and then I do workouts every single day on extreme hard. Every development dollar that I have, like from the credits or whatever, I'll put it into my top stars, and then I'll trade them. Like I'll do 3-for-1, 2-for-1 packages because I want to develop like that superstar. And one time I developed this dude who was a total creative player that I drafted in 2026. I don't remember his name exactly. I think it was RJ something, weirdly enough. RJ, not Barrett. It was RJ something. And he was a 6-foot RJ McLeod. Yes, this was a complete creative player. RJ McLeod, 6'9", first overall pick. I traded 6 firsts and a good player to get the first overall pick to get this guy. He was 87 rated, but my scouts fucked up because I thought he was 90 rated, but he came out 87 rated.
Fictitious scouts.
Yeah. Always A+ scouts, always A+ coaches. CFO, F. Don't care. So don't care about money, just care about development. I am like the development czar of NBA 2K, my GM mode.
The problem with NBA 2K though was there were no busts. Everybody went to like
there were tons of busts. There were tons of busts. Like the way I played, there were tons of busts. Like the draft classes that I imported, there were tons of busts. This dude, RJ McLeod, ended up winning MVP in his second year, championship in his third year, 4th year, 5th year, 6th year, 7th year, 8th year, 9th year, 10th year, 11th year, 12th year, 13th year, 14th year, 15th year. I retired him as the greatest player of all time.
Wait,
RJ McLeod.
He won like 15 championships in a row?
He won 14 championships in a row.
This guy remembers. Do you have a picture of him?
I don't, but I can tell you he looked a little bit like Donyell Marshall. Bro, this guy was so good. Actually, he looked a little bit like a cross between Donyell Marshall and Scottie Barnes. Like it is such a weird thing. He was a 6'9" guy with super fucking long arms. It's 7'6" wingspan. Incredible player. He played small forward. Eventually, I morphed him into a point guard. Developed his bro. Like all the development dollars. You want to develop players, but you know what the crazy thing is? None of my rookies ever won Rookie of the Year. You know why? So I always played them like 20 minutes a game.
Oh yeah. Rookie.
Like in the first year, 20 minutes, 22 minutes tops. Max out all the fucking training. So this is the thing. You want Grady Dick to be good next year and the year after. You're not competing for championships right now. You don't need this guy to play for you right now. You need this guy to get good. You need him to get physically developed. Same thing with Christian Koloko. Honestly, Christian Koloko, he's up for an extension next year. He doesn't play this whole year. If he keeps getting better and he clears the thing, maybe you get this guy at, I don't know, $9 million for 3 years.
An extension, that's a great sign of his health.
That's true.
We just let Ron Harper go because he got injured. So, I mean, if he gets an extension, that's the green light for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Spooky Ghost Rider saying RJ McLeod. That's going to be a meme on this channel for now. I wouldn't doubt it, yo.
For sure.
We got to draft the next RJ McLeod. You know what? He reminded me a little bit also of AJ Devanza. It's like he's like a cross between AJ Devanza offensively and Cooper Flagg defensively. There we go. So there's 2025, 2026. I predicted the future in 2020 in 2K19 with that draft class. But yes. So this guy was amazing, and all these players that I put around him, they were drafted as 82 overalls. And every year, what I would do is when it would come down to that investment, like thing that you can do, like mid-range shooting, 3 point. I always went for potential. So I boosted their potential. So it was an 86, I made it an 89, and then I made the 89 a 92. And then obviously these players start to regress when they hit 25, 26. So then it was just maintenance. But I never played guys high minutes ever. And this is why Nick Nurse drove me insane, because if playing these guys like 39 to 42 minutes a night, like you're driving them into the ground, right? I mean, they're getting the raw numbers up for sure. They're winning the awards, they're getting the contracts, etc. But what about the development? Development, bro. No one developed under Nick Nurse, bro. And I'm telling you, no one did. Not one player got from good to great. Now, one player went from bad to good. That trajectory never happened when he became head coach.
I have a question. I have a random question.
Mm-hmm.
That isn't 2K related.
It is 2K related?
No, it's not 2K related. What's with this random thing where Darko brings in, this is the second game in a row, he just throws Thaddeus Young out there.
For 2 minutes.
Like it's 2009, and then he realized, holy shit, this guy's a fossil. And then takes him out and then throws Boucher in later. It's like, why not just put Boucher in there? Like, Boucher, why is he playing 11 minutes? Like, what has Boucher done to Darko?
Can I play devil's advocate on that?
Sure.
I also criticize this because it's odd when you look at a box score and you see a guy play 2 minutes. If he plays Thaddeus Young 8 minutes and he sucks for all 8 minutes, people will say, why didn't you pull him sooner? Why did he play 8 minutes? He sucked. And if he plays 2 minutes, they'll say, why'd you put him out in the first place? Honestly, maybe he put him out there because he thought it was good. And then he saw how it was working and he pulled the plug quickly. So I don't know. I mean, it's not doing anything for Thaddeus Young's career numbers, though. I'll tell you that. That point per game just keeps sliding down and down. For every game, he checks it in garbage time for like one.
Precious, Boucher and Young never play together. And another thing too.
They should play together though. They've had great synergy.
They have great chemistry, yeah. But
you know what would be a great lineup? Let me give you a great lineup. This is, in my opinion, this would be a very interesting lineup to have tried out today. And if I were the head coach, I would have done it. Immanuel Quickley, RJ Barrett, Otto Porter, Thaddeus Young, Chris Boucher.
Where was Otto?
Well, yeah. Why don't they play Otto Porter?
Where the hell was Otto?
Is he hurt and we just don't know about it?
Because
no,
not playing Otto. You have Siakam at 40. You have Barnes at 37. You have Jakob at 37. Right? Mm-hmm. It's like Otto just for 10 minutes solves a lot of this high minutes. Right? I mean, Barrett,
so once again, this may be one of those things where he is an integral part of a deal that you're exploring for Pascal Siakam, and the cost benefit of playing him and having him get injured and that deal basically falling apart. Because regardless of what people think, a team that wants Otto in a package is not going to settle for you replacing him with Thaddeus Young. The gap between these two players is enormous. You can't replace Boucher with him. See, this happens. This has happened before in various trades where there's a trade talk that's happening where certain players are involved in it. And then, it's been going on for a couple of weeks. They're bouncing back and forth. And then one guy gets injured. And then the whole deal has to be reworked to bring in a third team to take a guy that the other guy doesn't want and then bring back a guy from the other team. It becomes more complicated. So if let's just say, for instance, right now, this Knicks deal for sure has been in works for weeks, right? There may have even been other offers that were in the works for OG Anunoby, which forced the Knicks to push their price up right now, right? If you consider, maybe Otto is on the market right now, and we just don't know about it because you never know what the Raptors are doing because they don't leak shit. If Otto's on the market right now and he's an integral part of a really big deal, there is no benefit to playing him and potentially having him be injured.
Sure.
Devil's advocate.
This also, by the way, could be why OG was not like crazy going balls out on defense just to avoid getting injured.
Sure, but devil's advocate here.
Mm-hmm.
The centerpiece of any trade would be Pascal. You think it's smart playing Pascal 40 every night?
You need to boost his numbers, bro.
Yeah.
You need to boost those numbers.
And
the incumbent team can sell it to their fan base.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? Like, look at how the Knicks are packaging.
It's good. This is
I don't know. I don't think it's good to play him 40. I also don't think it's good to play him 38. I mean, but he's not. I mean, touch wood. Like, I would hate to see Pascal Siakam get injured. He's also not.
Siakam gets injured, and it's a wrap.
Yeah,
it's over.
Yeah, it is. It is,
and not a Raptor. Do you think it's possible that it's Golden State since they know what Otto's got to offer?
Yes. That could be it, because if they're trying to build a competitive thing around Steph Curry right now, Otto fits in very well with what they want to do. They have something amazing in Trace Jackson Davis. I think he is awesome. There are fans in Golden State saying Trace might be better than Kevon Looney. I think there's a point there.
He's starting over him.
Yeah. And, they've got something great going on with Brandon Pajinski. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they want Pascal and Otto and they want to give you picks and Kuminga and whatever back. And, when we talk about live wire athletes and stuff like that, I mean, certainly there could be a theory that Kuminga could be unlocked here. I would hate to see it, though, personally. I'm not.
Yeah, so would I. I would rather it was a Pods Moses Moody package.
That would be great. Pods and Moses Moody. Can you imagine the spacing? I mean, hold it.
I can't watch.
What now that we know that Scottie, Immanuel Quickley, and RJ Barrett on this team, how do you feel now about Kevin Heurter and Harrison Barnes and picks?
I still don't like it. There's zero upside to Kevin Heurter in my opinion.
I don't want
zero
picks.
upside to a movement shooter like Kevin Heurter, bro.
I watched almost every second of Sacramento basketball last year, and
which
so
is crazy to me.
I
given
saw
when they play.
What's that?
Given when they play, that's absolutely crazy.
Oh, bro,
they play 10 o'clock.
Right? I know. I'm a night owl. I hardly watched any Raptor games last year. I got most of my information from you guys. I still went to some games, still watched here and there, still watched, repeats and stuff like that. But
fraud fan.
Come on, man.
Fraud fan.
We
had to go through this. I went through last year all by myself, and you fucking came on this show, and you were just like, "What a terrible game, bro."
No, listen.
You just watch the highlights.
Listen, I told you. I said this last year as well. I said it in parts of this year as well. It's like the year didn't matter until moves were made. The year didn't matter. If they trade Pascal for young guys and picks, I will watch every game.
Oh no,
because there's a direction at that point.
Pascal gets traded, it's on for real.
Yeah.
Listen, there was a direction last year. Okay, the direction was straight to hell.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? But it was a direction.
But we did catch a good game. The New Orleans game that we went to with the massive Chris Boucher dunk. That was worth it.
I remember the massive Scottie Barnes dunk, and then the post game live afterwards. That was very cool.
Right.
Yeah, the Scottie Barnes reverse.
Oh yes.
I'm cool with the Heurter Barnes package, but I don't want the picks in like 2029, 2030. Like, nah. I need picks a little sooner. Yeah, I need picks a little sooner because we're trying to compete with Barnes and Quickley sooner.
Right.
I don't think they would do that. I honestly don't. Heurter's not him. And I don't think he's the guy. Like we just got Quickley. Heurter is almost, is that you can't put both of those guys side by side.
Of course you can. What? Why?
Defense.
Quickley is a what?
No, I know.
I'm sorry. Are you under the impression that? Okay, first of all,
no. I don't think Quickley
De'Aaron Fox is a much worse defender than Immanuel Quickley, bro.
Sorry, say that again.
De'Aaron Fox is a worse defender than Immanuel Quickley.
No. I know Quickley's a decent defender. I just think you're doing yourself a disservice if you're putting Heurter next to him. And then also if you now
I don't even think Heurter's that bad a defender. You watch Gary Trent. He's better than Gary Trent.
I'm done with Gary. I'm done with him.
I mean, they both got their holes, but I mean, at least he's a really good rebounder.
Can we
listen? I don't think he's worse. I think he's better than Gary Trent Jr. for sure. Although for some reason he's low key bad at free throws. Like Kevin Heurter is like bad free throw shooter for some reason.
78, but he doesn't take many, so it doesn't matter.
Right. But I just don't.
78 is great for us.
I don't think he has the upside. Like I'm not a huge Kuminga guy. But I would rather take a flyer.
No. I've seen enough Precious. I don't need. We need to recover our mental.
Oh, come on. Okay, Kuminga's already been Precious, bro.
He's much better than Precious.
Yeah, he's way better than Precious. He's grown up. He's gone to Golden State University for the last 4 years.
Can I say this? So is Jordan Poole, but. Can we really pair Kuminga and Barrett? Can we really pair Kuminga and Barrett? Does that make any sense?
No.
I mean, one of them is a movement shooter who
Kuminga
is fifth.
And Barrett?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about Heurter again.
Kuminga
Neither one of those is a movement shooter.
Because they'd both be big parts to the team. And they're going to have to play a lot together. That makes no sense.
We will rename the Toronto Raptors the Toronto Bumper Cars because there's going to be a lot of.
This is why I think they might extend Pascal, man. I think if Golden State doesn't pony up, and
I don't think so, man. If they were going to extend him, they would have extended him already. It doesn't make sense to hold on to this guy. He's obviously not. Like, I don't want to say obviously because I'm reading into the tea leaves way too much. I don't know anything. I don't know anyone close to Pascal. This is a problem for me personally. I do know people close to a lot of people on this team, so I get a lot of feedback. Rob, you're going too far this way. Even if it's not direct, like this is actually what's happening, they'll tell me when I'm wrong, so I can correct it, which is how I think I've been more right than a lot of people. But with Pascal, I don't know anyone close to him. I have no insight into him. I don't know anything about I don't know anyone at all. There's no one in his family. There's no one in his friend group. There's no one, anything. He's just very isolated. And maybe that's who he is. But that leaves me to interpret body language and play style and interviews. And that's not exact. But I will tell you this. he does not seem super happy.
No.
To me.
No.
He does
Siakam
not.
is getting his leash with the media. He doesn't even care about his how he's looked at anymore. He just says what comes to mind at this point. Like,
I sort of appreciate that because I'm the
I
same
know,
way.
but that's also telling me he no longer cares.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even care what you think anymore.
When
the facade drops, either you're genuine or you don't care. He's not. He's on the I don't care anymore.
Low key, I somewhat admire people who can do that because it's not easy. I spent a lot of time in my teens worrying about what people thought about me because I would try to think a little bit about what I'm saying, how I'm being interpreted. It's great to be outspoken.
Well,
I just think the problem is that when you're outspoken, it exposes character a lot. Like, so when I get angry at somebody and I call them an idiot, that someone called me an idiot when I was a young kid, for sure. Like, you see it. You see all the washing, all the trauma, all of it come out. When you put on a face, people don't see shit, right?
Right.
When you take it off, people see everything.
Right.
And that can be tough, and especially if people kind of get the sense that you don't really love this game that much. It doesn't really matter to you that much, right? Winning is tertiary to happiness. And then, it's just, I don't know. It's difficult to say anyone who made it this far in basketball didn't love the game. It's really difficult to say that with a straight face. It's really difficult to say someone who became what he became. He might be one of the best development stories in NBA history. Name me 10 better. Name me 10 players who went from 16 to 26 more further than he went. Like, that's crazy, right?
No, for sure.
He started out probably the 655th ranked player, and he went to the second best player in his draft class. How the hell does that happen? Hard work. It happens with hard work and start dedication, discipline, toughness, pushing through when you're tired, still committing. He's got a lot of good qualities. Leadership has never been one of them for me. Put him in his place a little bit. I wonder if just being around Immanuel Quickley and RJ Barrett, he felt happier today too. A little bit on the court, at least. He felt happier. Like, do you know what I mean? Like there was a lot of high fives and stuff that I haven't really.
36 helps. Making 5 threes helps.
Yeah,
sure. But it felt like he was pressing a little bit, and maybe they sometimes say that basketball and joy. Like, it's funny because I feel like I'm mimicking Darko right now when he talks about Malachi Flynn playing with joy. Playing basketball with joy is a superpower, man. Like, when you play happy, some people play very well angry. Most don't. So you don't want to play tight. You want to play loose. Somehow you want to play loose. Now, whatever emotion brings you into looseness, that's how you want to play.
Right.
I think Pascal plays well happy.
Yeah. No pressure.
So now I think Darko has mission number 2. To go up to Pascal and say, when you're not smiling, you're very ugly. So
that's what he told. That's what he told RJ.
Pascal Siakam is Darko's next Malachi Flynn, but with a way, 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 way higher upside.
You know what's funny? So Barrett, coming from Thibs, obviously, who's like a drill sergeant, and he looks intimidating. He's never smiling. He always looks upset, right? That's just how Thibs comes off.
Right.
And he.
Some guys need that.
Darko. Flynn needs that. Flynn needs that desperately. Whether he wants it or not, I'm happy for him. But Barrett went up to Darko because Darko said in the press conference, "Oh, what can I do better, coach?" And he's like, "Just have fun and smile." Barrett was probably in shell shock. He's like, "What? Huh?
That's true.
Is this the NBA?"
Absolutely. Kingsley saying, let's talk about how Scottie might feel about all the RJ's home hype when the back of his mind he knows he's the one with the keys to the car, but RJ making more money right now. I don't think this is a real concern for anybody.
I don't think Scottie cares about that at all.
Scottie doesn't care about who's making what. He knows at some point he's going to be the max guy. He's been told whether directly or indirectly that he's the guy going forward. His usage lately reflects that. The faith this franchise showed in him. Every roster move, every coaching move, every draft move for the last 2 years has been 100% with him in mind.
100%.
Christian Coloco is the perfect role partner for him, and pick and roll big for him. Grady Dick is the perfect movement shooter for him. Again, these guys need to develop physically, whatever, but that's the vision. Immanuel Quickley is the perfect 1-2 punch with him. Everything is being done with him. RJ Barrett is a great transition outlet for him. Everything is being done with a lot of vision. Darko Rajakovic is a perfect communicator for him. I mean, you talk about high motor, you talk about high energy, big smile. You know, this is Darko Rajakovic in a nutshell. This is someone Scottie can resonate with.
Rob, imagine next year, 2024-2025 season, which sounds crazy saying that's what's going to be. But imagine the starting lineup is Quickley, Barnes, Barrett. Quickley, Grady, Barrett, Barnes, Koloko. Now we don't know what we're gonna get for Pascal, but man, would that be just we wouldn't even care if we lost by 30. We'd just be so happy to watch them play.
Would be fun. It would be fun to watch a team like that.
Fun to watch, bro.
Get blown out every night. It would be nice.
I'd enjoy the blowouts because I mean I wouldn't, but like
Yeah, SP saying I don't think Koloko set even one illegal screen last year. That dude was fucking elite, bro. He was the subject of so many
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because
that's a great thing.
Oh, okay.
He was.
Warriors got a couple titles from illegal.
He was by the analytics Scottie's most effective and most frequent screen partner. He was incredible. The way this guy darts to the basket after he sets the screen and he releases is awesome.
Looks like someone said Maroon Prince said toxic mediocrity.
In regards to who?
I guess the last 2 years of Raptors basketball.
Oh, yes. Okay. I thought you were talking about Koloko. I was like, what?
No. By the way, Vince, when people say, when I say so has Jordan Poole, that also works when someone told me once Pascal has a championship and I said so has Jordan Poole.
True.
I mean, that just so does Jordan Poole works for almost any situation.
Yeah.
I'm gonna steal that from you.
So does Jordan Poole.
Yeah. In Indiana, what are we thinking? Is that potentially real?
Jarris Walker.
Can we get Jarris Walker and Andrew Nembhard? Can we get those two?
Maybe, but I mean, they just beat the Milwaukee Bucks.
I think we can get those
on the road.
And Brown with no picks, I think we could do it. If they have to give up no pick capital, I think we can get it done.
Totally. And I think that's what the Raps want anyway. They want young.
Say that trade again.
It would have to be Jarris Walker, Andrew Nembhard, Bruce Brown.
I think they're going to want to keep Bruce Brown. This is the
ultimate Rudy Gay trade.
Yeah, because the Bruce Brown makes more, and I think they want to keep Hield. I think they want Buddy Hield because of his relationship with Tyrese and how well he fits him and Turner. I think, even though they have big salary, do
they have any other dead money on that team?
No, it's really. Bruce Brown because Siakam makes 37. You need somebody with a nice chunk.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Bruce Brown's the only disposable player. He's not in their future plans at all.
You didn't mention Ben Mathurin, right?
No, I don't want Ben Mathurin because we have RJ Barrett. Like again, those two together make absolutely no sense.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, and we want the ball in the hands of Scottie and IQ at this point.
I was okay with with Mathurin. I'm not the biggest Mathurin fan, but now that we have RJ Barrett, I'm cool. We don't need another one.
What is going on with this live right now? Am I losing internet connection or are you guys losing internet connection? I find it very odd that you would lose internet connection at the same time, but I'm having trouble hearing you and you're all muffled. Am I muffled for you guys?
No, you're good.
I can hear you just fine.
Huh. Am I the only person who's having trouble here?
Are you struggling to hear both of us or one of us?
I'm struggling to hear both of you, actually.
I hear clearly. I hear both of you clearly.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. This is like a sound check for me.
Maybe we should count 1 to 10 and tell me which numbers you didn't hear.
Everyone's saying I can hear just fine. I am having a lot of trouble. I'm not having trouble hearing myself. I'm seeing myself fine, but I'm having trouble. So I'm going to step off. And you guys continue. I'll be back in.
Oh, man. He's leaving when I was about to ask him a RJ McLeod question. I was going to ask him what number. What's his number? Everyone wants to know. What's his number and what position did he play?
It would be crazy if he was 4.
No.
Right? No. Yeah, sorry, dude. I know absolutely not. I've never played 2K any year ever, so I have zero knowledge of that game.
I used to be so good at that game that my friends would bring other kids from other neighborhoods to play
Oh, nice.
me, and they bet on me to win. Like they're
Nice.
betting money that
Come
I
on.
beat them, and they'd get into arguments and then bring people into my house and say, "Play this guy," and I have 20 on you, and I'm just like, "Oh my god, I don't
Come
need
on.
this in my life."
Holy shit. You were how old were you at this point?
This was like high school.
So like making bank at 16 years old from playing 2K?
Unneeded pressure. I'm not even confrontational, and just
Come on.
people I don't know are in my room.
That's
and I'm
funny.
playing them.
That is so
and they're
funny.
angry, and they're angry at me, and I don't know who they are.
What's mom saying? Like, who the fuck are these people in my house?
Well, there was a separate entrance, so.
Okay.
And then
okay.
at a certain point, my mother locked like the garage because there was an entrance in there. So she basically, it got to the point where she wanted to know who was entering and leaving the house.
Yes.
So she like bolted one door. So there was only one way in and one way out.
That's smart. That's smart. I think I'd want to know the same as well.
Yeah.
I think, yeah. She's a smart lady, your mom.
Yeah, she's smart. She's smart. She don't play that. She's like Coach Tibbs. She's not Darko.
That's right.
She's not Darko.
That's right. That's right. I got yeah. From both mom and dad, but I guess I grew up in a time where it was okay to kind of hit your kids a little bit more. So I got my fair share of slippers and spatulas and shit. You know, whatever mom could get a hold of at the time.
It's hard for mom. It's hard for dad, at least my father. He worked so much, so he doesn't have much energy. So he's not.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the time or the energy to discipline. So mom had to do it.
Right.
But you have to pretend like it hurt, you know.
Okay, so listen.
You have to give her money's worth.
So who ultimately do you think this trade actually happens? Do you think Pascal gets dealt?
I do.
You do, really?
I really do. I think
so. You have faith in another team ponying up, because I don't see I don't see Masai giving him away for less than what he thinks he's worth.
No, that's where I think finally two things are going to happen. One team is going to pony up what he was asking for, or he's finally going to cave. I think it's over.
So do you think so? You probably wouldn't classify the trade that just went down as a cave for.
No.
So you think maybe he bent a little bit or something? Maybe
no, I don't. I don't.
No, eh?
I think they really value Quickley, and I think they can turn RG's career around.
So why would it be? So why would it be any different with Pascal then?
Well, because Pascal, he's not as coveted. I'm pretty sure there was like 10 teams that wanted OG, right? The amount of teams that want Pascal, I think, are far fewer.
I mean, look at what he did tonight, man. I know it's just one game, but like this shows you that if Pascal has the proper spacing, he is.
How many teams are going to post him up as often as we do? How many people are going to give him 22 shots?
I mean, how many post-ups did he have tonight? Like under 10, maybe?
Because if he's on the Hawks, he's not shooting 20 shots. That's I mean, it's hard to coexist with Trae Young. He dominates the ball. Like,
yeah,
he will decide whether you eat or not, basically, right?
Maybe.
Same with Indiana. But I like Tyrese Halliburton better, but it's like that's Tyrese's show. Like on this team, it's really no one's show. They say it's Scottie's, but he's not that type of guy yet.
I think it's maybe recency bias is causing us to believe that he's gonna be in the post all game every game. I think he's got the championship team he didn't post up ever, right? Maybe games that Kawhi sat, right? Maybe he was posting up a little then, yeah. But I don't see him. I don't think he's that kind of player that's going to demand touches. I think if anything, if a team realizes that you know he's the piece that pushes them over the edge, then maybe that causes them to pony up. But
if he's not going to be a featured offensive player, he doesn't really spread the floor that well on a consistent basis. Like he's not a reliable spacer. So that's the issue with Pascal. It's like that's why OG was so much better, because if he doesn't have the ball, he's still an elite defender. He can space the floor. He can play multiple positions, right? He can guard multiple positions. Like Pascal, if you say, okay, Pascal, you're going to be like a third option. You're going to get like 13 shots a game. What does he really do? What's the point of him? It's like Dennis. What's the point of Dennis off ball? Like, it makes no sense.
Right. Yeah. I guess it depends on what team he goes to. I feel like, weirdly enough, I feel like he goes to Golden State. He's the second option.
Yeah, right away.
Right.
They're deprived
immediately
of talent. Yeah, and Wiggins
right
off the map.
So and then you get Otto Porter. You know, let's make one more run. Let's give one more run to this. Let's try and get him the 5th chip. Everybody is counting us out. Let's try to make one more run. Draymond's going to come back. You know, that's the thing I think that they worry about, is that Draymond and Pascal on the court at the same time. Now you have 2 non-shooters. Although they won chips with 2 non-shooters on the court at the same time. So
they're keeping Clay too. God, that is like, holy. Curry, Clay. I'm assuming Wiggins comes back because he's the big salary, right?
Right.
Holy, it would be funny. So you bring Barrett home, you bring Wiggins home.
That's right. I feel like this might be actually happening.
The amount of Canadian questions we're gonna get for a month.
I know.
It's gonna make you hate being a Canadian.
I know, right? Good God. Yeah. No, it's. Listen, if that actually happens, I would not hate it. I know that Wiggins, and there's a little bit of overlap with Wiggins and RJ, but theoretically Wiggins is a better 3-point shooter, right? He's not proving it this year, that's for sure. Nobody really knows what's going on with him, but
Wiggins doesn't care until it's a contract year. The year they won the championship, the year he defended Jason Tatum like he was Ron Artest, that was contract year Wiggins. Contract year Wiggins is top 20 NBA player, but that dude only shows up for his paycheck. That's it. I don't believe in Andrew Wiggins at all.
They don't win. He's the second best player on their last championship team.
Of course, but that's why he got his extension from just that play.
Yeah, but he's a serviceable player. And again, in that theoretical trade, he's not what you're trading for. You're trading for Moses Moody, Brandon Pajemski, whoever it is that you end up getting.
And picks.
Right.
I'm back.
Rob,
sorry about that, guys.
Rob, you missed it. I was making a joke. I was like, oh man, Rob just left. I was going to ask him some RJ McLeod questions. Like, what was his number?
I thought I heard RJ, and I thought I heard RJ something else. I thought I heard RJ Hampton or RJ Barrett.
Or RJ Hunter.
Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins is, in theory, a better player than RJ Barrett. He's also older. He's also not a player that I necessarily want on this team right now.
But the RJ Wiggins,
he's not the guy that you're trading for.
Don't overlap. There's not a lot of overlap. Like, they can play together on the court theoretically.
And Wiggins is also a live wire athlete. That's fair.
Yeah. Also, maybe if you collect enough CanCon, it'll somehow convince Shea to come here at some point down the line.
Great. Maybe Trump 2025 or 2024 or whatever convinces all the Canadian players to leave, make do on that if he gets elected, and everyone just leaves. That's
right.
Great. All the foreign players just come on over. It'd be a great sales pitch.
Come on, Wiggins.
Speaking of Canadian, this summer, who isn't gonna play? Who isn't gonna suit up? Bro, if Wiggins doesn't suit up this summer, they might as well revoke his Canadian citizenship. Like, just boot him out. Like,
he better
play this year. He ain't doing nothing in Golden State.
Yeah. Jonathan Convoy saying Raptors renamed to the Toronto Canadiens. Oh my God, the Montreal Canadiens. I think that's taken, man.
They're the Canadiens.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah.
That is fair. So you're saying Canadians is open.
By the way, guys, do you guys find it cringe when they say a whole country's team? Do you guys find that cringe?
Yes.
I do. I don't like that.
I think it's
not a whole country. I've traveled to other places in Canada. They don't give a shit. Bro, I went to Edmonton. They love the Eskimos of the CFL way more than they love the Raptors.
No, that's fair. But you have to understand from the perspective of the marketing, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. UConn's rooting for us. Yeah, UConn. They're tuned in.
Look, I see it as when Toronto was good, right? 2019, 2020. There was a lot of happiness across Canada for this team to win. Number one, because it was the first time a Canadian team had won anything, and that evokes a sense of national pride. Also, they've been doing some very, very strong work to make sure that they are expanding the game across Canada, right? That's also the other part of this. Calling it Canada's team allows people from Montreal. We have people who absolutely are from outside of Toronto in this community. Tons. People from Ottawa, people from Montreal, people from, of course, we have people from Europe and tons of people there, and they support the Raptors.
Okay,
right.
So
But however, if you're expecting to go to Saskatoon and find a congregation of Raptor fans, you will find one. But if you're expecting every average Saskatoonian, I think that's the term, Saskatoonian.
No, are you going to find Raptors merch just wandering the streets like you do in Toronto?
No.
Yeah.
But that's not the only way to be a fan, right?
No,
like if you're an NBA fan in Vancouver, and I ask you what your favorite team is, the goal is there's nothing to lose if you say Toronto. Right? Now the problem is that a lot of people don't like Toronto.
Loyal, they say Grizzlies. If they're really loyal, they say Grizzlies.
I mean, sure. I think that's the goal. First of all, a lot of people don't like the city of Toronto across Canada. I think that's worth noting too. So making it Canada's team bridges that gap. Also, someone like Scottie Barnes wearing an Edmonton Oilers jersey is very strategic. Wearing a Christy St. Clair jersey, having RJ Barrett here. This is a player that everyone in Canada supports to some extent. I'm not saying everyone in Canada supports, like they wear his jersey, but certainly there are people in Vancouver that have a lot of love and respect, not only for RJ, but also for Steve Nash and also for Rowan Barrett, his father.
Totally.
This is the very strategic move if you want to grow the game in Canada to bring RJ Barrett to Canada.
Do you think it's possible that they naturalize Scottie and he comes to the Canadian national team because he feels shunned by I can guarantee you Scottie saw the fact that they fucking went after Paolo and who's the other guy, Cade, as like the leader of the select team, and they did not take Scottie into consideration for that team.
Proud Floridian, my friend.
Yeah.
Proud.
I will say,
very proud. He does not forget where he comes from. He would never do that. I don't think he would do that.
Told me that
would be amazing.
I don't know if Rob mentioned this before, but someone recently told me that Barnes is Jamaican on his father's side, which I already knew, but Barnes' father's brother lives in Toronto.
Okay.
And
so Barnes' uncle.
Barnes' father's brother lives in Toronto, and he has family here, and he used to come here for some summers. So he's familiar with this. And I think the person I was talking to said, I think the Raptors knew that, and they felt like he's familiar with the city. And since he's Jamaican, it's believable because there's so many Jamaicans in Toronto, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, I made a joke. I was like, if you're Jamaican, you have family in Toronto. There's just so many of them here that you just, whether you know it or not, you have family here. It's kind of like if you're like Somali, like there's so many Somalis in the city that you have family by default almost.
Right. That would be dope if that happened. That would be dope because then you have not only do you have Shea, but you have a legit second star to build that team. And when you have two stars like that, then you can actually compete with the US.
Yeah, but it'd be tough to go home to Florida after playing for Canada. That's just weird.
I guess, but like, hey.
But again, if the national team is not giving you any love or respect,
that's what I'm saying.
Maybe,
bro. If you become you telling me you become one of the top players in the NBA this year, he's one of the top 15 to 20 players in the NBA right now. You're telling me Team USA is not going to recruit one of their own? He's been part of the USA program like the whole way through. I'd be surprised if USA doesn't come calling next year. And also, we don't know that USA didn't call him and he said no. We don't know that.
Okay.
I'm not saying they did. I'm saying we don't know that they didn't.
Yeah, sure.
All I'm saying is that Paolo is a year younger than him, and that would kind of chap my ass if that was me.
What Vince
First
is
of all,
saying was,
I think let's I'm putting myself in Scottie Barnes' shoes. I'm better than Paolo, right? And I'm a year older, and yet you had some fucking man crush on Paolo because what, he was going to go play for Team Italy, and you needed to lure him away. You had me waiting in the wings.
I mean, they were scared of the super team Italy was.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
They had to stop that. But if you're Canada, you have nothing to lose. You propose it, right? It's better than Samuel Dellenberg being a Canadian.
Oh yeah,
and trying to play first. I mean, this is an upgrade from that.
That picture you have of Dennis might actually be Samuel Dellenberg's head, superimposed on there.
But we were talking. I don't know if you were listening, Rob.
No, by the way, it isn't. There is an actual interview from which this is taken. This is real. Anyways.
No, this is real. But we were talking about will Siakam finally be traded, and I think what I said was I think our front office is finally finished with this, and either two things are going to happen, and I think they're done. Is either someone caves and gives Masai what he wants, or Masai drops his asking price a bit and just moves on. Like at a certain point, isn't there value in just moving on? Isn't there?
I mean, you'd think, but he's a proud guy. I don't think he takes less than what he thinks he's worth.
So you're going to extend him and just keep a guy whose interviews are getting worse by the day. You just keep him here.
Kick the can down the road.
People are not extended based on their press skills.
No, but I'm saying, you know what I mean? It's like,
in fairness,
it's an odd fit, and the fit is getting weirder and weirder. And it's just like the odd man out. It's like screaming Siakam's the odd man out, especially after the OG trade.
Won the championship 2 years ago. And I think every German player looks up to him. And it's an amazing feeling to play against him tonight. Like we talk like probably every day. We texting, and I think he told me like to work hard and try to get better and try to get minutes.
You think they have you think about Atlanta, you think they have the best barbers ever.
Is this assault? Can you take that barber to court?
Probably. Or you could bring it back as a threat. Be like, yo, if you don't pass the ball, we doing this to you.
That's funny.
Bring the cut back. Someone's saying bring the cut back. I think that caught a lot of people who were just slowly like fading away a little bit right now. And they're like, holy shit, is that? Oh my gosh. Right. Did he get a hair transplant? No, man, that wasn't male pattern baldness. That was a really, really, really bad cut.
But here's the thing with this cut. Okay, you make a mistake, but how many mistakes have you done to push it that far back?
Sure.
That was like 8 mistakes. And there's
several mistakes.
Facts. It was madness.
Jesus. But,
one final question about the Siakam stuff.
Sure.
Do you think Jalen Johnson is a potential? Do you think they'd ever give up Jalen Johnson?
Yeah.
Yeah. If that's the
really
only thing, if him and AJ Griffin and then just scraps to make the money work, I think they can do it. We can do it. No picks.
I mean, it's hard to believe, but to be honest, like you really do have to consider how desperate the Hawks might be, given where their season is and who they're trying to build around, and the fact that they will have no other opportunity to really build around or get a guy like Siakam. Oh my gosh.
That gets me legit excited. If we could get Jalen Johnson in return, that would get me legit excited for this team.
I mean, yeah, I'm not saying it's likely. It's certainly not likely. They could value him, but it is a very small sample size. He was a late round pick, and his value is very high. Like with Immanuel Quickley to some extent, and RJ Barrett especially, you bought low on things that maybe you can, like with Immanuel Quickley, it's it's the opportunity or whatever, right? Like it's like you look at it and it's like, okay, like this guy could pop Like he could be something more in an expanded role with more on-ball responsibilities, etc. It's just like Jalen Brunson. With Jalen Johnson, he's already starting and he's putting up huge numbers, and he's already flashing all sorts of potential.
Right.
He's prior to the injury, I think he was a 4th or 5th betting odds leader for most improved player.
Right.
He's a very fluid athlete. He's certainly, in my opinion, at this point, a much better prospect than RJ Barrett, and he's younger.
Yeah,
definitely.
So, I mean, that's a lot to give up, especially when giving him up doesn't even bring you close to the salaries you have to give up. You'd have to give up 2 other pieces.
I think
none of your pieces are that invaluable. Like, I mean, are not invaluable, unvaluable.
Right.
Like, you consider Bogdanovic. That's a pick that he's worth something around the league. He's not a negative value contract guy.
Right.
The only guy on that team that to me is a negative value contract guy is DeAndre Hunter, and even he is playing pretty well this year.
We're gonna have to take him for sure.
Well, I mean, he's playing well too. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, like last year, maybe like he's a very, very negative contract. At this point, he's also having a better year than RJ Barrett.
Right.
No,
not to compare everything
the
back
Hawks
to
are
RJ
going to have
Barrett.
to do us a favor for sure. The Hawks are going to have to do us a favor. We're going to have to catch them asleep on the wheel, or them be desperate, right?
I think one thing that could throw a wrench into that plan is if they start winning. Because what happened was, like, they were winning, and then Jalen Johnson went down, and they started losing, and now and now he's back, and they're winning again. If they continue winning, then they might be like, okay, well, we have our team. Right, like they would convince themselves that making moves around the edges would bring them closer.
How about this?
Right?
How about this one? This seems to work. I didn't think it would work, but the trade machine is saying it worked. Pascal and Gary Trent Jr. for Hunter, Bogdanovic, AJ Griffin, Jalen Johnson.
They would never do that.
And we give them the Detroit pick.
Oh wow, they get the 31st overall pick in this year's draft. I can hear the entire team jumping. Do you know that Jalen Johnson had 24 points and 13 rebounds tonight?
He played. Oh, wow. Did he?
I mean, granted, it was against the Wizards, but I'm just saying, like.
Oh, okay. Forget it then.
Bro, let's not forget it. And he shot 9 for 12.
That was yesterday's game.
No, man, that was today.
What about my
today?
Giving them the Pistons pick. So it's Pascal and Gary for Hunter, Bogdanovic, AJ Griffin, Jalen Johnson, and we give them the 31st pick in 2024.
Sure. That's interesting. Just to clarify, he also played yesterday, he also played. No, wait.
That was yesterday's game.
Shit, you're right.
Yeah.
It was yesterday. He also played against Sacramento, and he had 16 points and 15 rebounds and 4 assists.
Right.
Yikes.
Yeah, he's a legit good player. I think we're just catching everyone a little too late. Keegan puts up 47 or whatever he puts up, and that just shut down all Keegan talk.
Yeah, I mean,
but I think that's more how fans think as opposed to how GMs think. Because Charlie Villanueva put up 48 points, didn't stop us from trading him for TJ Ford the next year.
Sure.
Right. Brandon Jennings put up how much? He put up 56 points as a rookie or some crazy amount like that. He still got traded.
Actually, funny enough, Jalen Johnson in that same game was a minus 13 on the game.
Doesn't really matter. Plus,
and
minus,
it was against Washington.
You know what's weird? Plus minus, this whole plus minus thing comes from the Knicks. I've never seen a fan base more obsessed with a completely immaterial, completely irrelevant stat like plus minus. I'm saying it like it very rarely matters. Sometimes it's like a player just comes in and completely fucks everything up, and the whole team falls apart. And that player gets a quick hook, and it's like, okay, that player was negative 10. Everyone else was positive 2. What's wrong with that player? But to use it on a cumulative basis, like in isolated settings. So today the stat was Immanuel Quickley leads the entire Knicks organization history in plus minus. He's better than Charlie Ward. He's better than Patrick Ewing. Just look at the names on that list. Patrick Ewing and Charlie Ward. Y'all remember Charlie Ward?
Yes.
Like, they didn't say better than Latrell Sprewell, better than Bernard King, better than Larry Johnson. Like, there's a lot of great Knicks, better than Melo, better than Kristaps, better than whatever. They said better than Patrick Ewing and Bernard. Sorry, I didn't say Bernard. Better than Charlie Ward. So I'm just like, yo, this is inconsequential to some degree, right? Like, I mean, you go through a bad season with a bad lineup, or like everything falls apart. So yeah, like it's weird. But every time I go on a Knicks forum or something, they're always talking about like plus minus. Well, it's everything's plus minus. This guy's plus 85, plus 80, 800 this year. I'm like, what? Not this year, like last year, whatever, or something like that. So yeah, it's just a very unevolved and silly way to think, for sure, in my opinion.
One thing I remembered from the game was RJ Barrett's decision making as the leader of a fast break was odd to see.
Bad.
It was bad. Like, he just
Real bad.
refused to let go of the ball until it was too late.
And you could see it gave me glimpses. Precious. Yes, that's right. You could see the wheels turning in his head. Like, bro, just give it up. If that's the case,
like, dude, just give the ball up.
Yeah, you got to give it up, bro.
About that? I never understood why players don't just give Scottie the ball, because it's like, dude, you're so much better at this specific part. I'll just be a finisher or an option. Just take it instead of me embarrassing myself in front of a million people.
Yeah. I just pulled up the game highlights, and I'm just trying to look at the spacing. Like, I'm freeze framing it because I don't want this video to get demonetized. There's a lot of views on this one. Not trying to lose like $300 on this, but yeah, I mean, it's interesting. The spacing has been better somehow. Like, usually when I call it the freeze frame test. So what I'll do is I'll scrub through like an entire game, and I'll go through and I'll just check where the defense is, and I'll usually see how many defenders are in the paint and how many offensive players are where they shouldn't be in terms of ideal spacing, right? So right now, I'm not seeing a ton of Cavaliers defenders in the paint. There were freeze frames earlier this year, where there were five opposing team players with a foot in the paint.
Right. Well, it did happen later on in the game. Later on, in the second half, there was a lot of pack in the paint that happened. And in the third quarter, I think they hit I think they went 0 for 8 on threes or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So it made it pretty dicey. Like, there you go. Actually, that last frame that you were just on, where RJ was at the top of the key. If you go back one more, I don't know if you can get the exact spot that you were, but there was a frame where RJ was at the top. Yeah, right there. Oh, that was after the play. So
I mean,
we can't freak out over this game. Like, 2 of their 3 best players weren't playing this game.
They played well, man. They played well. I like, check out like this is bad. This is a bad 3-on-1 fast break. Just being straight up.
That one ended up in a bucket.
I know it did. It did. Yeah. It ended up going from Pascal back to Scottie, back to Pascal.
That's right. Yeah.
But I'm saying, like, the spacing on this is bad. Dennis should not be here. Dennis should be further out.
Yes, he
to
should
provide an outlet.
Yeah. Dennis stuck in there.
But then again, he's not a shooter, so there goes the problem.
That's right.
So Jakob passes off to, and look how low they are. They don't care.
Do you guys think that with Mobley and Garland, we still win this game?
It's just it's a different thing, man. They weren't winning with those guys.
Yeah, those 4 do not work together. It's two of the same player playing guard and 2 of similar players playing big. It's like they got to break that team up at some point. It's not going to work.
True.
So,
they're probably going to deal. They're probably going to deal Mitchell to New York.
I was interested in Mitchell, but now that we have Quickley, I don't want Mitchell anymore.
Yeah,
I don't want that undersized backcourt thing.
Yeah, I want a spacing big now.
This is a hilarious freeze frame. So IQ somehow, I mean, wow, so much for Dennis doesn't draw attention. He drew attention on this play.
Look at Pascal. Just please give me the ball.
Now, what's interesting is Dennis can't make the right pass here, which is Immanuel Quickley in the corner.
Yeah, he's not big enough.
He can't thread it. because if he threads this, Donovan Mitchell or Niang or someone, but notice nobody is trying to stop him from passing to Pascal.
Or Jakob.
Well,
Yeah,
Jakob
Thompson
is
is-
guarded. So basically right now,
Who's guarding him?
Technically Donovan Mitchell would have to be the rotation. But I mean, by the time Jakob touches it, someone will be able to rotate back in order to stop him. And at worst, you're giving up a floater to Jakob Poeltl, which is a pretty efficient shot for Jakob Poeltl. In fairness, he hits him at a very high rate. But interestingly enough, the fact that he doesn't see Jakob going downhill against Mitchell, which is a guaranteed 2 points almost, right? And he doesn't see Immanuel Quickley in the corner here. And the fact that he makes the obvious read, which is the guy who's wide open in his field of vision, who then hits a contested three. A contested three for Pascal Siakam goes in
could you go back
26% of the time.
Did he pass it to him when what's his name? Thompson committed the most? Like, because you know how when Scottie are great passers, they pass the ball when you have committed and your recovery is at its worst?
No. Thompson literally doesn't move. That's the whole point.
Yeah. Okay. He hasn't committed in your way. Yeah.
I mean, I think that Cleveland got what they wanted out of this particular possession. Yeah, and he just happened to make the shot.
Like right here, look at how much the Raptors were leading by. Wait, we'll go back. Like the Raptors were
1 point game. Oh.
I mean, they were at a point leading by 19. Like they led by a ton.
If you're the Cavs, you just say Pascal made 5 threes.
Yeah, like you live with it.
Pascal
right?
made 5 of he made what did he make? 5 of 8. It's like, if he just goes, 2 of 8, we win the game.
Yeah. Here, like Dennis gets picked off, and then somehow the steal gets to Siakam, and then boom, there's your fast break.
And Dennis should be flare out. Like he should just
way further out.
Yeah, because now
2-on-1 fast break with a third person, in the corner, but and then honestly, Scottie should probably be a little bit further out.
Scottie saved this one. Yeah.
Hey, quick question. What you said earlier that if you play parts of the game, your video becomes demonetized?
Yeah.
So what those dudes that will watch highlights and then just comment on me, Flight Crew, that guy? What it do, Flight Crew? Have you ever seen that guy?
No.
The guy's got like tens of thousands of followers.
Okay.
And all he does is watch highlights of games and say funny shit in between. And does he make no money off of
I'm
those?
assuming he'll make it on. So the NBA is weird, right? So they have. I hope I don't get demonetized for that. If I do, that part of the video is getting scrubbed. So here's the thing. So the NBA has a certain group of highlights that are for commercial use, and they won't demonetize your video for them. And I'm never quite sure which one it is, right? So sometimes like the Raptors release their own highlights, that will get demonetized 100%.
Right.
There's also something about playing like 7 seconds straight. Like if you play 7 seconds straight of a video they don't want you to play it, they'll claim it. So I don't know. So typically when I was doing the low lights, I would always like dim the edges, if you recall, right? I would always dim the edges and invert the colors a little bit, slow it down, speed it up, spotlight, etc. I found ways to get around it. Obviously, you see a channel like Goateology, and he's playing like massive, like beautifully like 4K clips, right? There are hacks and tricks to this for sure,
right?
In terms of how much you can play. But I know for a fact that 2021 redraft video that I did got demonetized.
Wow!
Because I played Cade Cunningham coming to stage, and Evan Mobley getting drafted. Yes, I'm not kidding. That got demonetized.
They tell you why it was demonetized?
Yeah, they tell you exactly what part of your video. The problem is, while those guys were coming up on stage, I was like, and with the first pick, the Detroit Pistons select Scottie Barnes. And then you see Scottie Barnes like do his clap, clap, clap dance, right? And I'm continuing to talk. So they'll tell you, like, if you want this video to get monetized, you can scrub out this stamp, this stamp, this stamp, this stamp. And I was like, yo, like if I scrub out those stamps, this video doesn't fucking make sense because I talked over it. It's not like I played it and then talked after. I fucking played over it because I thought there's no way this gets demonetized because of draft video. Yeah, it's copyright is
That's
strange,
crazy.
but yeah,
That's crazy.
That video you made where it started with like Immanuel Quickley saying he was a dog, and then the Toronto Raptors select Scottie Barnes. Yo, that shit gave me goosebumps. I'm not gonna lie. That got me so amped for the game.
Huh? Oh, the video?
Yeah, the video where you had Quickley being interviewed saying he was a dog, and then you had the draft selection of Scottie Barnes.
So someone commented, it was so funny. He said, "Not gonna lie, Rob, that was a trash edit," and I was like, "Facts. It was. It was so sloppily put together. I wish I could do like a proper thing." So you know what, Coach Mo, I'm glad you liked it. The idea was right. The execution was wrong. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create something tomorrow. I'm going to create a new video intro. I'm so hyped about, the Raptors finally got a fucking guard who can go downhill and do some of the stuff that Quick can. I'm going to create a new video intro for the Raptors lives. And I'm going to have a new intro for tomorrow. And I'm going to have new channel art. And we're going to go balls out in 2024. I think like over the last 3 days, we got like 150 subs. We are so close to 7,000 subscribers, man. So close. I can feel it.
We're here for it, boys. I'm here for it.
We're so close. Yeah. If 40 people right now sub that aren't subbed, we get to 40,000. We will get to 7,000 subscribers.
Well,
I'm pretty sure.
We know the ones you'll never get. The Fred fanboys. They're gone forever. They'll never come back. That ship has sailed. The Siakam. We can rehab the Siakam fanboys. We can rehab them.
I don't think I want to.
There is a rehab center for them. There is no rehab center for the Fred stands. They're gone.
That's okay. Luke says, why is Atlanta willing to trade Jalen Johnson but not Onyeka? I don't honestly think they're willing to really.
I would take Onyeka either. Too. I want one of the two. Be honest with you.
They need balance. They need defense, right? So if you're replacing, like, first of all, is there a case to be made right now that Jalen Johnson's having a better season than Pascal Siakam? It's pretty close, right?
Okay, you just lost Pascal fans forever. You just lost Pascal fans forever. There's no rehab center for them now. But go ahead.
Okay.
I think it is possible that Jalen Johnson, while putting up more, I guess, stat friendly or advanced metric friendly statistics, is never as good a player as Pascal.
Sure, there's a chance. It's not a great chance. He's much better at the same age.
Oh,
he's much more. He's more athletic, in my opinion. He's a better prospect. You'd be crazy. You'd be crazy to think he's not a better prospect.
He
is. He is. He's 100% better prospect.
How many players who are all these better prospects, if literally given, because we talk about the stuff OG was given, the chances OG were given, and the route OG took in Toronto and the route Siakam took. What if Jalen Johnson was literally plotted in the Siakam timeline, in his what do you call it? In like Doctor Strange, they call it his verse. Like if you just dropped Jalen Johnson and gave him the career and the teammates and the exact situations Pascal was in, he's not good. He's not an all-star.
Sure, I think he could be really good. This is every single player in the NBA sorted by estimated plus minus. There's Scottie Barnes at 19. That will probably go down after tonight to maybe 20. So he'll be tied with Kristaps Porzingis. But these are all stars. Like every single player here that he's in company with: Porzingis, Lillard, Booker, Edwards, Donovan Mitchell, Kevin Durant, Trae Young, De'Aaron Fox. Derek White is a fucking all-star, bro.
I know. Did you see the Spurs fans saying Derek White's an all-star? That chant?
Yeah. And did you hear Drew Holiday say Derek White is an all-star? He is an all-star this year.
Derek White's better than Jalen Brown. I don't care.
Derek White right now is better than Fred VanVleet when he was an all-star. No cap.
Yeah.
Okay. So we continue to go down this list. There are very few exceptions here, very few anomalies. There's a Jalen Suggs sighting at 41. He's been very impressive defensively. I think he's still number one in terms of defensive estimated plus minus. there's a Keegan Murray sighting because he's been much better defensively as well.
There's a Goga Patadze sighting at 29.
Yes, there
Talk
was.
us up with that.
Someone in the chat said, and I agree, that it's their name isn't even a name; it's just letters and numbers. But Siakam makes more sense for a contender. I really think Golden State would pull the trigger because what do they have to lose at this point? Because they're all about loyalty and Clay and Draymond and Curry. It's like, dude, give that last hurrah.
Do it.
I honestly believe Indiana and Sacramento and Atlanta, they have real reservations. Golden State, I mean, you already treated Poole, right? It's like, just go all in for the last hurrah on the greatest player you've ever had in franchise history. One last shot with Curry. I think they if I had to choose, they seem like the safest bet because they have the less to lose.
Wiggins and Pods. I'll do that all day, every day.
But what's their draft capital look like? And I feel like with them being all about legacy and being loyal, I think we can squeeze some picks out of them.
I don't think if they're giving up Pods, I don't think that we get a pick.
Pods. Okay, so Pods is Siakam. That's what we're doing now.
Pods and Wiggins for Siakam. I think that's the trade.
With no picks, are you okay?
No, I'm not saying that I agree with it. I'm saying that that's
I like
happened.
the trade with the Warriors because we are both desperate. They actually might be more desperate than we are.
Wait, this is a mistake. What? How the fuck did Immanuel Quickley fall this much in one game? That's impossible. Immanuel Quickley yesterday was 73rd in estimated plus minus, and today he's 96th. That's impossible. That's fucking impossible. This is a mistake.
Maybe Duop Reith had a really good game.
No, dude,
Kelly,
he was ahead of Pascal Siakam yesterday, bro. I promise you that.
What are your thoughts, Rob, on Warriors might be the only team desperate enough that we can actually, speak with some bass in our voice over the phone for negotiations?
I don't think I have enough intel on that front office. They're very new, in terms of like Mike Dunleavy and how he operates and how he thinks. I think picking Trace Jackson Davis and Brandon Brzezinski gives me a lot of faith.
Center? Are you saying that center that they played, that's their second round pick this year?
Trace Jackson Davis.
Yeah, he's nice. He's nice.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm like, competence is competence, like drafting is partially competence, typically bad teams do bad across the board. Trades, drafts. Some teams are exceptionally good at drafts and maybe bad at trades, I guess. But I don't know. Like I've always gotten this feeling that Mike Dunleavy would make a pretty smart general manager from just listening to him talk and also watching him play. Seems like a really smart guy who really gets the game of basketball. Same thing with Landry Fields. Same thing with Anthony Parker. So, yeah, I'm not surprised. I think Atlanta is the obvious one, right? I think the Kings could be it as well. Golden State feels like a bit of a long shot because the piece that I would really, really want back seems like a piece that they should be committed to in Brandon Brzezinski. Again, you have to find another New York situation, right? Like, obviously, Immanuel Quickley is awesome, but they don't need him. They have Dante DiVincenzo. They have Josh Hart. It's not like they don't need him as in like 5 years from now, they won't regret the hell out of trading this guy. He'll probably blow up and he'll be better than all those players. But right now, in terms of what they're building, they can't build with him. So you have to find a situation like that where you have a young asset that's so expendable somehow because, they don't need him.
Right.
How about this?
I think it might end up being Wiggins and Moody.
What if we just take Chris Paul out of their hands?
How is Wiggins an asset, bro?
I know. That's what I'm saying.
He's a massive liability.
Sorry, when I say Wiggins, I just mean for money. If they trade, it's for Moody, right? Wiggins is coming back to make the money match.
But you think Moody is good enough to take on Wiggins' contract right now?
No,
because I don't.
I got the trade. I got the trade here.
I'm just saying that if it does go down, it's possible that that's as much as Golden State is willing to give up.
Then they're not getting Siakam. I wouldn't. Like, do you
And then
value
we may
you,
end up signing him again.
but you value Moses Moody that much? Like,
No,
I
I don't listen. I'm not personally valuing Moses Moody. All I know is that they're not going to give up both Wiggins and Kuminga. So, and I don't think that they want to give away Chris Paul either. Like, I think that they feel like they need Chris Paul, right? And so, and especially if they're going to be pushing all in,
Bro,
for
if they could waive Andrew Wiggins right now with zero consequence, they probably would.
Yeah.
Like, shit's bad, bro. Shit's real bad.
Yeah,
analytically, spiritually, emotionally, cosmically, it's just bad.
And so it goes without saying that they're fine putting him. It goes without saying that they'd be fine putting him in a trade in exchange for Pascal Siakam, right? And it's just a matter of who else they're willing to give up. I think they see Pods as a long-term piece, right? That guy is
but
a
if you're
fucking
getting Siakam,
baller.
you gotta give him up, bro. Come on. This is for Curry. Pods and Curry aren't gonna do nothing together, bro.
True. I agree. And I
the
would
Curry
be
factor is why I like this team.
I would be over the moon if we could get Pods in a trade. I just don't know that they're going to give him up.
I think you can get Pods and Jackson Davis, but we take Chris Paul. Y'all keep Wiggins because I feel like they can rehab Wiggins, and he makes sense on the team because they won a title with him already, right?
Yeah. You want to see a really, really funny statistic?
Boys, just a FYI, my phone is about to die. I probably have 2 minutes left.
I actually have 2 minutes left as well. Okay.
Okay.
So I sorted out the entire 2029 NBA draft by value over replacement. Okay. You're going to go down. You're going to go down. You're going to go down. You're going to see some Raptors coming up. Oh, you got 51. You got Jalen McDaniels.
What year draft is this? What draft is this?
2019.
Damn.
53, RJ Barrett.
Oh my God.
Ouch.
And if we make that Atlanta trade, we will get the worst player in the draft by value over replacement, DeAndre Hunter.
Jesus Christ.
We would have a trifecta of the absolute bottom.
By the way,
of the bottom.
Has
Is this surprising or is this surprising?
Jalen McDaniels doesn't surprise me. That dude looks like the NBA is a part-time job to him.
Right. Now take a look at
Rui is surprising. I didn't think he was.
I mean,
that
he was
low.
really, really, really bad.
McDaniels' mentality to the NBA is like a 16-year-old's mentality to working at McDonald's.
Sure. Take a look at the 2020 draft because this is a completely opposite scenario, right? So here you have Tyrese Halliburton right at the top, Desmond Bane, LaMelo Ball, Anthony Edwards. That surprises no one. Tyrese Maxey, right? This should surprise no one up until this point. The sixth player in this is Immanuel Quickley.
Amazing.
Right? So if you cut that off, right, like these three guards right here have been pretty equivalent. And the ridiculous part about this is look at the minutes, right? So Tyrese Maxey, more minutes, more value, by the way, FYI.
Right.
That should go without saying. So per value of a replacement and how it factors things together, Immanuel Quickley has been like, if I was to do value of replacement per game or something, or value of replacement per 48 or something like that, is very, very easily said that per minute impact, Immanuel Quickley has been more impactful than Anthony Edwards and Tyrese Maxey. That's because those guys are super young, first of all, worth noting. Number two, they have gotten a lot better, right? That's also worth noting. Like they're on a completely different trajectory. If you look at Anthony Edwards' numbers, like it started out kind of bad, and then it got like way better, right? It started out -2, 2.1, and then
he was 19 his whole rookie year. That was crazy.
Yes, he was. So worth noting. I'm not saying that he's better than Anthony Edwards. Please understand that. I'm just saying up until now, the team that drafted him is getting about as much value of his contributions as they got from Anthony Edwards.
Sure.
But do you see the bottom of this? 46th. Malachi Flynn.
Never again. Worst thing to ever happen to Malachi Flynn was to be removed from his babysitter and godfather and godmother of Darko.
Precious Achua, 50th. James Wiseman, 53rd.
Wow.
Naturally, the more a negative player plays,
Rob, you need to watch Precious on the Knicks. That dude is on thin ice. Like he is just
in one game. That's crazy.
That's funny. The announcers were saying that well, Precious is true. He wasn't just a throw-in. Like they were talking him up.
Well, their starting center is missing.
Have you listened to our announcers?
Oh God.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, right? All in all defense, but yeah, like so. Look, Killian Hayes. So the whole point is, if you get unearned opportunity, you will be at the bottom of these lists.
Right.
Simple as that. If you're not a good player and your team decides to play you a lot of minutes, i.e., the Killian Hayes, formula, the Theo Maledon formula, the RJ Hampton formula, these guys have gotten thousands of minutes in the NBA despite being not very good players.
Yeah.
Right.
You know how in the summer you were talking about Flynn and what could he have been, and Nurse never playing the bench or whatever. Can we put that to rest?
I think so.
Can we stamp Flynn sucks? No one did it to him. He just sucks.
No, I won't do that because you don't know what those 3 years were. There were flashes in his rookie season. He didn't get better. Now that could be on him. That could be on Nurse.
Look at Quickley. Look at Quickley. You don't think Quickley was fighting for his life and fighting for minutes?
No, that's fair, bro. But look, people don't realize that people are different. RJ Barrett has not worked out with the Knicks. Will he work out here? We shall see.
He's still an NBA player.
It's an
NBA player,
dude. Yeah, yeah, he is.
Yeah,
So is Malachi Flynn.
No, he's not,
bro. I mean, he's 46th on that list. Obviously, there are guys who have managed to be worse than him, right? If I flash
in the league,
bro,
those guys aren't in the league.
Bro, if I flashed to the Raptors roster before this trade and I sorted by box plus minus, Malachi was middle, not bottom. He was middle.
Okay,
he wasn't Jalen McDaniels bad. He wasn't Gary Trent Jr. bad.
Theoretically.
You can't just say theoretically and wash over everything.
No, I'm asking you a question. What was
boys? I'm sorry. I gotta roll.
Malachi Flynn. What was he?
My phone's gonna die.
What was he?
Love you guys. Ciao.
I know. Malachi Flynn talk conversation. He's like, yeah, I'm out. Smart man. But
no, he legitimately had to go.
What was he supposed to be? Like, what was like?
Dude, I get it. You don't like him, but I'm saying this year he was not the worst player on the team by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, no,
there were actually days where I was like, he should play more.
I agree with that.
Credit where credit is due.
Right.
But saying he's not an NBA player, which was my original take when we started the season, to where we got to, whereas the Knicks are taking his contract on and not waiving him right away, is progress. Now, will they waive him at some point? I don't know. Will he get another contract? I don't know. But I have a feeling that Malachi Flynn could catch on with another team in terms of training camp. He can get another. Like, he's shown enough to me this year to say he can play minutes in the NBA at some capacity. Okay. Is it a backup guard? No. Maybe a third string guard, but that's still a valuable position. You're holding the third string. That's a valuable position. For a lot of years, DeLon Wright was a third string guard. Corey Joseph's been a third string guard. When you're talking about not NBA players, like, you really are talking like the bottom of the barrel. And trust me, there are worse players in this league than Malachi Flynn right now. However, they may have more theoretical potential. So they may be a guy like a Kevin Knox or a Marvin Bagley or James Wiseman, where there's more size, more youth, more whatever, some extenuating circumstances, more athleticism, more burst, more pedigree, more, maybe there's an injury or something. I don't really, in terms of a prospect, his value is low because he's old. See what I mean? He's old. He came into the league old, and he was supposed to be ready. And he was as ready as a 19-year-old, and you can't get those 3 years back. He was a hell of a player in college. A lot of people really believed in this guy. I don't think people realize how much people believed in him, that some people were arguing he was better than Peyton Pritchard. He was better than Immanuel Quickley. I think those people are crazy now, but back then they had a point. And honestly, Immanuel Quickley outplayed him as a rookie. He was better than him as a rookie. Tyrese Maxey was better than him as a rookie. Those guys were way younger than him. That wasn't supposed to happen, right? So there's a lot of guards in that 2019 draft. Sorry, the 2020 draft is so hard. It's so guard heavy. Like, you look at the top, like all the guys I was flashing, LaMelo, Anthony Edwards, Tyrese Maxey, Tyrese Halliburton,
I don't doubt he can catch on to a summer league team or maybe get a training camp like contract and like
fight
for a spot. I don't doubt that could happen. But when you factor in how old he is, what his upside is, how well he's playing right now, it's like the chances somebody says, yeah, I'll give you a contract, I just don't see it happening. I really don't.
Yeah.
I mean, so many better options than him.
No, fair. And guard is stacked, and this draft that's coming up is full of guards, right? A lot of them. And big shiny toy. Look, there is a chance. It's a very small chance, but I remain hopeful for him that he will catch a wave in New York, that he'll catch Tom Thibodeau's eye, and Tom Thibodeau will like him for whatever reason. And, there's some shooting potential there. There's some pesky defensive potential there. He's not the worst pick and roll ball handler. He's not like...
He's off ball for sure. He's off ball
bro,
for sure.
He's not a worse player than Killian Hayes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He shouldn't be in the league.
Sure. Well, actually, is he a worse player than Killian Hayes? He's close.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, but he's not worse than Killian Hayes was 2 years ago. I don't know what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that I think you're
what's the league turnover year to year, like on average? What's the turnover of players that are removed from the league and then new players join? Like what is that roughly?
Probably like 55.
Okay, in the next 2 years, how is he not in that turnover?
He very well may be, man. I mean, there are guys in Europe who are clearly better than him. Mike James is way better than him, in my opinion. He's undersized as fuck, but he's better than him for sure. I watch Mike James a lot. There are guys in Europe for sure that are better than him. And when he goes to Europe, he's going to be good, but he's not going to be the best player in his league for sure. I'm pretty convinced about that. He'll be good though. He'll be really good. Like, you're going to see Malachi Flynn put up 50 points. Like, it's crazy, though.
Rob, here's the guard rotation in New York. So you have Brunson, you have DiVincenzo, you have Grimes, you have Hart, you have McBride. So who's he playing over? That's already 5.
Okay, but I'm not Tibbs. Tibbs has done a lot of crazy shit in my life that I have never understood. So, if we're going back to Chicago till now, I don't know. I don't know who he's going to play over. Maybe he'll be given a chance, and it'll be his final chance.
Oh, this is it. This is it. I believe this is it. His final chance.
Yeah. Someone's saying Flynn Sanity duo. Let's see, man. My God, if he does it, whew.
He's wearing number 4. He's wearing number 4. So
Bro,
maybe
you never know like who people become when they're at the end of the rope, right? Like when people become desperate, some people will just become really bad. They give up. Some people show you who they are.
But it's crazy. Like this year, he was given so many opportunities and so much positive reinforcement. It's almost like if he were to show us something.
Did he have good games?
Huh?
Did he have good games?
Yeah, but nothing to be like, yeah, we got to keep this guy. Nothing to the point where it's like, yeah, he's our backup. Like what he showed us was he's third string. That's what he showed us.
Showed was inconsistency. I am willing to bet this year that Malachi Flynn. Okay, let me do a thought experiment.
Don't put any money on this. Do not put any money on Malachi Flynn. Do not do that.
Okay, so let me check the improvement here. Hold on. I mean, this is it's always good to statistically verify our biases. I think that's always it's true. So if I think Dennis is being trash, right, then I need to check. I need to see if he's been as bad as I think he is, and if I think or if you think that Malachi Flynn is
Are there really 750 people still in here?
No, there's 672.
Okay. My God.
Why?
No, I'm just saying that's a lot for 2 a.m.
That is a lot for 2 a.m. Thank you guys, by the way, for chiming in. And
Malachi Flynn talk. These guys, this is the diehard section right here.
This absolutely is the diehard section. Okay, so in terms of boxes minus, he finally became. He's not finally. He's become positive in terms of defensive boxes minus. Even this year, he was a negative value replacement. If I were to compare him to RJ Barrett, you'd be surprised how similar they are. Now, obviously, RJ is like better. Obviously,
he scored 19 tonight. When was the last time Malachi scored in double figures?
You're looking at volume of opportunities as well.
No, I'm
right?
saying like I saw RJ Barrett like drive to the basket, congested and scored. Flynn, I swear to God, he misses layups. Like he struggles to create anything for himself ever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying.
So we're thinking about, here are the following things that Malachi's better at than RJ Barrett. He is a better 3-point shooter by 2%. Okay. He's a better passer. He definitely is. He averages more steals per 100 possessions. He averages just as many blocks, which is absolutely mind-boggling. His assist to turnover ratio is better. In terms of box plus minus, guess what? He's better. Negative 2.4 versus negative 2.5. Value of replacement, dead even. Turnover percentage, RJ is less turnover prone. RJ has more usage by 11% more usage. So honestly, their true shooting percent is identical, bro.
Yeah.
53.6 and 53.5.
Do you know why that's super pathetic for Malachi? He takes mostly open shots. He takes good shots. He doesn't force anything.
Bro, do you know, have you been watching how open RJ's been in New York? Please understand, this is not RJ shade. But do you understand why fans over there who had a lot of high hopes for RJ as a third overall pick from Duke, and he had a really good second season for them. Do you understand why they are so happy he's gone? Like, they're just like, this guy can kick rocks. Now, I'm very happy for him because he's probably feeling all of that, and now he had a really positive game for the Raptors. And I believe in a transition offense, which is a take that I've been really, really pushing out as much as I can, as many times as I can say it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to say this because I don't like to think too much about what this channel is doing, but I have a feeling this channel makes an impact in some weird way. Things that we talk about here in this community have a way of transitioning out into the world via Reddit, Real GM, Twitter, etc. And so talking up a lot about this RJ transition is trying to give fans the correct level of hope. I'm not saying he's going to become the superstar he was supposed to or anything like that. I'm saying as a weapon in transition, he can be used in a way that he hasn't been used at the NBA level, in a way that he's thrived previously in the past. And I think that that's an accurate take. I also, through this channel, had like one goal, and I told my girlfriend about this. And when we made this trade, when I saw the trade, my first thing to her was OG got traded, and she was like, "What? Are you okay?" She knows I love OG, right? The second thing I told her was, everyone's going to try to make this the RJ Barrett trade, right? And I don't want to do that thing that I have often done in the past, where I feel one guy is getting slighted, so I put the other guy down. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I want to let RJ have, his shine too. But I want everyone to know this really isn't necessarily about him. It's more about IQ.
Yeah,
right?
I agree. That's
and that's the thing. Like, I mean, I'm glad that everyone in the media and everyone, who's talked on it, and most people are very clear on that. But I think they're clear on that because RJ is having such a bad season. If RJ was having the season that he was having in year 3 right now, or even year 2, I think most people, first of all, this still could never happen, because he was more valuable than OG back then. But the second thing would be that people would be actually like everyone would be saying this is the RJ Barrett trade. They wouldn't be saying this is OG and Anunoby trade. They'd be saying the RJ Barrett trade. So in terms of like understanding like what the role of this community is, I want two things to be very clear. One, Immanuel Quickley is probably almost definitely most 100% going to be the better player in this trade. He might be the absolute best player in this trade, and I think there's a very good chance he will be the best player in this trade, period. All players included.
I think so.
The second thing I want to say is that just because I'm saying that does not mean that I absolutely do not believe in RJ Barrett. There is a lot of development potential here, and while I think there are gaps, and I have addressed those gaps many times, I do believe that as a role player, if he buys into that, like if he can kind of get over the Maple Mamba hype and stuff, which is the toughest thing for someone of his hype level.
Wasn't Wiggins Maple Jordan?
Yes, he was Maple Jordan, and then RJ was Maple Mamba. So what I'm trying to say is that, like, Andrew Wiggins eventually thrived when he left Minnesota and joined a winning organization, and he was smiling again. He didn't seem very happy in Minnesota, and then he felt like a very different person. He bought in defensively. There are a lot of guys like this. Cam Reddish in Atlanta was not a player that I believed in very much. Cam Reddish in New York was not a player I believed in a hell of a lot. Cam Reddish in LA is a player who's better. Defensively, he's bought in. He's finally changed his mind about being a one-on-one ISO star. He wants to be a role player and a defensive role player. Somehow Darvin Ham connected with him. He got him to do it. And he's rewarded him heavily. And he's still not a great player. And neither is Obi Toppin. And neither is Kevin Knox or any one of these prospects that have, been kind of toiling away in Tom Thibodeau's system. I think if RJ buys into this secondary, tertiary kind of creator off ball, that he believes that this team has his back, that he'll be like an emotional community leader. He can be a leader here, but he's not going to be a leading shot taker. He's not going to be he's not going to be the franchise guy. And maybe that's less pressure for him, and that's a good thing, but he'll still be important. So I want people to believe that there are very real issues with RJ, and 19-9 should not be taken overly seriously. The 5 turnovers should not be ignored completely, but also realize he's not a turnover prone player. I just flashed the stats. He might be one of the least turnover prone players in the league because he hasn't been asked to do some of the stuff he was doing today. This is not how he usually plays. He's usually parked out in the corner, driving straight line, and boom.
Yeah, he has tunnel vision issues. He has tunnel vision issues.
He might. Yeah, he doesn't pass a lot. So look, if they can make him a playmaker, if they can make him a defender, if they can fix his jump shot, the asset value is insanity. So, I mean, he'll be worth every penny of what he's earning if he can figure all of that out. And I think in transition with IQ, with Scottie, he'll have a better chance. But make no mistake, this is going to go down, I believe, in history as the Immanuel Quickley trade.
I agree.
So, yeah. Anyways, Coach Mo, thanks a lot for coming on, man. Any final words? Yeah, we're pushing on 3 hours and 55 minutes.
I'm excited to see Immanuel Quickley not in foul trouble and play 30-something minutes and just play more free.
Memphis, does he outplay Ja Morant? That would be crazy. Raptors fans would be incensed. Not incensed. What am I saying? They would go insane if he outplays Ja Morant. Let's see it. Let's see him.
I'm excited to see him comfortable. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I would like to see it too, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this all comes together. I'm very relieved they got the win tonight. I was praying to God, bro. I can't remember the last time I prayed to God about a game. I was just like,
especially since the Knicks already won. Especially since the Knicks already won.
Yeah, I don't think the Raptors can take any more like beatings on social right now. I think they needed to just win one, clear the deck, and now they can play pressure free. Let's not. Because I mean, like, this pizza party just keeps getting further and further away from this team. Give them the hope.
It was funny when you said they're going to win 3 in a row, and you're like, yeah, in the calendar year of 2024, they will win 3 in a row. But I also just hope, last thing, I just hope Darko can ease off the Dennis security blanket now that we have
facts.
Now that we have Quickley, like, just ease off that a bit. Because now,
but that's the point I was making earlier. When Grady re-enters the rotation, right? If Gary's still here and IQ is here and RJ is here, you already see there's no way that Dennis can get 30 minutes, right? So right now it's like it feels like he's just kind of there to keep everything stable, right? And once in a while he gets in his bag and he gets in his head, and maybe Darko goes up to him and says, "Hey man, that's not what you agreed to." So anyways, you need table setters, man. Every coach has these, guys that just sort of like go out and preach what the coach is preaching and keep everything together like that or whatever.
But it's getting to the point where Darko acts at some point is going to have to say, "I just like him. He's my guy." Because at some point it's not going to make sense anymore.
I don't think so, man. I think he'll slowly move down to 23 minutes. And honestly, Dennis with 23 minutes is perfectly fine by me.
Oh my God, he's deadly at 23 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah,
we're seeing him already blow by the secondary guys, get to the paint more consistently because he's beating worse players off the dribble.
Let's be real. Gary was the first guy off the bench today. Fact.
Yes.
Emmanuel Quickley and RJ got the start. Yes.
Both
Scottie usurped him in the starting lineup. Yes. So basically, already 3 things that if I'd asked people 3 weeks ago, is this going to happen? Most people say no chance. He'll never do it. So the narrative around Dennis and Darko, I think, is mainly Dennis talking about how much Darko likes him or how much he's here for Darko. Darko is not coming out in the pressers and talking about Dennis. Do you realize that? It's everybody talking about it. It's Dennis talking about it. Darko barely ever talks about him. He talks about him like only when he's directly asked about him. In this summer, when he did all his interviews after he spent all his fucking time talking about Scottie, not about Dennis. He spent a lot of time talking about Grady, Scottie. Sometimes he talks about Malachi and Precious. Now we know why. You know what I mean? So I think this is just a plan. Maybe Dennis is a good asset right now. Think about it from an asset management perspective. The guys that you want to keep, other than Scottie, they're in the farmhouse. they're getting fed. You know, Grady and Koloko. There's no plans to trade these guys. There's no need to exhibit them. But Otto, you've shown teams that he's healthy. Thaddeus Young, you've shown teams that he's alive. You know, which is great. You know, right? And here, like, you have Dennis Schroeder. You've shown teams that he is better than he was last year, and maybe they can see something in how they use him. Dennis Schroeder is a trade package. Is a trade. Yeah, he's a trade piece right now. And you know, I don't think necessarily
Dennis. I don't think you can get rid. I don't think you can trade Jakob, but I also think keeping him is good because he's such a positive, high IQ, great locker room guy. So I'm okay with keeping him. But yeah.
Bro, I mean, the core is the core. The pieces are the pieces. I mean, we all had our love for Lou Williams. He left. He was not part of the core.
I was never in love with that guy. Never.
I liked him. Shot selection was sometimes questionable.
Was horrendous.
That's true. IQ was actually compared to Lou Williams at the draft, by the way, just an FYI. He learned how to play defense, though. I mean, there's a lot of guys like Gravis Vasquez. I mean, another guy that became a fan favorite.
Defensive backcourt I've ever seen in my entire life when they were on the court together.
We the North, baby.
My goodness.
It started it all. Look, one thing I will say, RJ Barrett may not be a very good defender individually, but he has been on the court 4 years under a very good defense.
Yeah.
They've managed to subsist, and you saw it today how, right? He's active, he rebounds, he gets to the line, slows the pace down that way. He has long arms, long-ish arms. He has long strides. Like, he's just not good. He's just not a good defender, but he has tools to become a decent defender. I think like he and Grady can become like float above water defenders. They neither of these guys project great defenders, but they'll float above water. But they can be like good offensive players.
So without OG, you saw it was Scottie on Mitchell, right? So is Scottie the go-to stopper now?
God,
you know what I mean?
That's gonna be tough.
It puts him in a weird spot.
Yeah, it's gonna drain him defensively, but you know, these are the stops. And honestly, like, I would have preferred.
You don't think that affected his offensive game today?
I think it chose. I think he chose. I think he just straight up said, "You guys can't guard him. I'm going to guard him." And you know, good for him. Good for him to take that assignment. Not every team has a Donovan Mitchell. In fairness, you face like 5 Donovan, maybe 7 Donovan Mitchells a year. There aren't that many players at the wing position that are that good.
Mm-hmm.
Donovan's really good. People don't realize how good he is, but yeah. Anyways, man, 4 hours and 1 minute is all I can do. I want to go to sleep. I haven't slept properly in a few days with all this trade shit and, you know, doing these lives like crazy. But I want to thank you for coming on, man, as always, and making the back end of these lives very super lively and fun.
Shout out to Vince.
Yeah. Shout outs to Vince.
And
man.
RJ McLeod.
And RJ McLeod.
The GOAT, the real GOAT.
For real, the real GOAT. His career averages, he retired with 28 points, 11 rebounds. At one point, the league voted to, those league meetings, they vote. So they voted to make it a 20-second shot clock. So at one point, he started averaging like 37 points per game. It's crazy. Anyways, man, RJ McLeod is the GOAT. All right, peace, man. Peace. All right, and to everyone in the chat, you guys are awesome. Because I left, I can't I can't see all of the super chats anymore, and I can't go in and star them and individually say thank you. But thank you to Leanne, thank you to everybody. Thank you to Mrs. Booth, who started this whole momentum thing. You guys are awesome, man. Thank you so much. And I'll see y'all tomorrow or the next day. I'm not sure we're going to do a live tomorrow. We may just take a day off. I need to focus on the Pendants Film Festival that's coming up. Tickets are on sale. Plugging the thing at 4 hours and 3 minutes that's sponsoring our entire video. Really, the funny thing is it says sponsored by Pendants. I run Pendants. I'm the founder of Pendants. I'm the festival director of Pendants. Pendants happening on February 22nd to 25th. Awesome films, great stories. Hope to see some of you there. Take care, guys. Have a great one. And I hope this video ended up with 300 likes. But if it didn't, I'm gonna be sad. All right, take care. Bye.